PKA 669. No guess. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharaohDistro.com, Blue Chew, and of course, Lock and Load. Wonderful product. Been out for a while now. Go read the reviews. Excellent reviews, all for good reason. How are you boys doing? Just the three of us hanging out.
Wonderful.
I have Lock and Load on my desk. I just sat here and took it like 20 minutes ago. And I'm like, Ryan, I take it on this show. Anyway,
not just taking it, Ghost. I was gonna say I've been like goofing around with my Halloween stuff. I got my fog machine out, but I'm a little worried it's gonna give me cancer.
Why are you running it in your house so much? You keep sending us pictures where like you can't walk around Kyle's house right now. It's a laughable amount. It's like a prank.
We get it. You vape.
Yeah.
It's absurd. I ordered a gallon of something called swamp juice that's like low-lying, extra thick carnival fog. And I've been fogging my house out occasionally and just like, I don't know, I think it's really fun. I'll tell you, I'll be honest, when I was a kid, we used to do this thing, and the whole point of it was to teach you how to get out of your home if it ever catches on fire. And they build this little rig on the back of a truck or maybe a trailer, and the little kids go in it and they pump that fog in, and you learn that you get down and crawl under the smoke. You learn that. And I just thought it was the most fun thing ever. I'm supposed to be learning something. I'm just like, ooh, can I do it again? Or I was like, it's not the tilt-a-whirl. It's, I'm like 4, but I still have that memory. So I get giddy when I fog the whole fucking house out. I had this room so fogged up when I came into the call. Zach was like, oh, your camera. Oh, I can barely see you. The whole room. But I was worried it was giving me cancer as I sat here because I was getting nauseous, and I'm still a little nauseous from sitting in this room so full of fog.
Does it say not to use it in bedrooms on full?
I'll be honest, I didn't read anything. I didn't even attach the handle to the machine. I just poured the shit in and turned it on and filled the house up with it.
It was a unbelievable amount of fog when I hopped into the call, and I
thought there was something wrong with his lighting.
Yeah, there's something wrong. Very foggy, like cataracts over your lens.
I'll do it again in a little while when I'm not so sick to my stomach from sitting in the fog for too long.
Well, don't do it again if it's making you sick.
It's silly. I got a bunch of spider webs.
Touche, Taylor. You got no counter for that.
I bet it says in big red letters on your swamp juice.
Not for indoor use.
Not for indoor use.
Yeah.
Not for a 10 by 12 bedroom podcast recording studio.
Imagine if we filled it up with like HHC goo from the
going there
and just filled the whole room up with it.
That would get you fucked up.
I think that would kill me. That would just kill me.
You'd just pass out, and you'd not wake up until the fog machine ran out of HHC juice.
Days later,
you're waking up starving.
Yeah, so I'm kind of excited for Halloween. I'm gonna do some shit.
The Swamp Juice webpage. They're like, great for use outdoors.
Oh, is that all that they're talking? I mean,
they don't mention
water
indoors.
Not good enough? Can you not just use water?
No. It's a chemical. It's some sort of like it's some.
No, I mean like, can you not just put water in it and get like that kind of fog, like a humidifier?
Well, no, that would be a whole different thing. Well, yeah, it would just get, very much so. That would just be a mist of steam.
So
you don't want to steam your house.
American.
The Swamp Juice is bragging about its extremely long hang time.
That's when I got it.
Yeah, so I'm
2
guessing
hours
water couldn't make that.
Yeah, it looked like my house was burning down because I fogged the whole house, and then I realized I'd made a huge mistake, and I started opening all the windows to the house, but then the smoke is just roiling out. Like,
wait, you're capable of fogging your entire home?
Yeah. I'm telling you, this thing is like. I'll
Did you see the video?
It's across the room right now, but it puts out a lot of fog really quickly. It's
yeah. I read the Swamp Juice stuff. It's for like ice rinks.
Yeah,
it might be a little overpowered.
Yeah,
for your bedroom.
This is for like halftime shows and shit, and you're just like that. Did you not see the video that he sent to us?
No, I've been fish tanking all day.
Yeah, you can see just like almost solid beams of light coming through. There's so much particulate in the air. Like you'd have to wave your hand to clear a path to breathe.
Oh, I see it now. It's 8 seconds, right?
Like you'll be claustrophobic. I was sitting in this room and I couldn't see the walls, and the walls are almost. You can see about 4 feet in front of you. You got about 4 feet of vision. So it's really fun. It's my childhood all over again. I'm probably gonna gas the whole house later. Get on my hands and knees and sneak out. gonna be great.
It
The dogs
does
will be
say
with me.
like it does say outdoors like 6 times on this page.
I'm
Toby's
telling you,
gonna learn he's the one you like.
yeah. I mean, it's every man for himself. The house is on fire.
I feel sick and scared, just like I would in a real haunted house. It's
I feel
perfect.
the sick part. I feel the sick part right now.
Yeah.
That's too much fog for me.
And you're gonna
But
have
yeah,
the
I
coolest
wanna
house
fog
for all
the-
those kids to enjoy.
Yeah, it's gonna. I think Halloween falls on maybe a Saturday, which never happened when I was a kid. By the way, it was always a school day,
Don't
school
think that's
night.
mathematically possible.
No,
you wouldn't think so.
never.
In my
A
first
bunch of-
21 years, never had a holiday.
21 years. You got no. All right, so
From
there,
1990 to
you got a
2002, it was
window
a
as a
string of
kid.
Wednesdays.
No, you have a window as a kid for like an actual good Halloween.
What's the window?
When you're old enough to go out on your own without
Uh-huh.
parent supervision.
What
but
was
you're
that
not
age?
I would say between the ages of like 12 and 14 is your window to have your best Halloween, because you're not old enough to get in any real trouble yet. So you can go and be mischievous, and but you're still young enough to crave fucking Snickers and to go door to door for them and to think that's cool, and dressing up and everything. Like at 14, you're at the appropriate age to egg a house, eat some almond joy, and finger pussy. Like that's the best night ever.
The ultimate childhood triad.
Oh my god, yeah.
The perfect day for a 14-year-old
I
Kyle.
can see Woody. I've swayed him.
Finger popping.
Yeah, I'm actually trying
You
to
only
figure
get
out
2 or 3 good
the
Halloween.
first time I touched a girl downstairs. I don't know if I was 14 or 15. It was something like that.
That's a good time, boys.
Was it on Was it Halloween?
No, it definitely wasn't Halloween.
Oh, damn. That sucks. Could have been a
Yeah.
great
Oh, it
Halloween.
was a sophomore. It was 15, I think.
Yeah, I remember.
I
well.
didn't
Back
really
behind
do
that
Halloween once high school rolled around. You did you do any Halloween stuff in high school? Like it would be
No.
like a party at a friend's house, but no one was
Yeah,
trick or treating, even as
definitely
early as
did.
like freshman year.
Halloween parties in high school. I don't, maybe as a freshman, my last year trick-or-treating ever, I got like a last second call. I hadn't planned on going. So I threw on a backpack and said I was a student, like for
Yeah.
Halloween.
Oh,
People hated that.
as an
Yeah.
adult, I would like as an adult homeowner now who's doling out the candy, I would
Yeah.
shut that right down. Some kid shows up with like a "This is my costume" shirt.
Hmm.
Not a lick of candy. I throw apples at that kid.
Candy corn for you, my friend.
Here's a multivitamin.
I hand out, I give them,
It's
I
not
hand out
even
apples to the
Flintstones.
other kids, and I go, an extra piece of candy to whoever hits that freeloader with an apple. Right now, and I've got my own little militia.
That's a thing that's fallen by the wayside. Fucking bobbing for apples. That's never coming back, right? We're never gonna take a room temperature barrel of water, throw a bunch of unwashed produce into it, and then jam our heads in, gurgling and burbling, trying to snatch
Dude,
one
they
out
should
with
take
our
that to
teeth.
the next level. Hear me
It's
out.
hilarious.
That's not
You've
coming
got
back.
apples, but they're not bobbing in water anymore. It's heated caramel. Not so much that it burns you, but just warm caramel. Apples, you put your face in, and it's in your hair, on your forehead. Come on, this is
What is
brilliant.
how it would have to be so hot
I don't-
for apples to be free
You have to
floating.
work
in it?
with the
All right,
I'm not
dude.
a
So here's the
chemist.
thing: you got to get your face in the caramel and then immediately in the ice water, or it's we call it candy dipping.
We can't do like a caramel.
The new craze in America, they call it candy dipping.
Yeah,
Lord
Woody
will
won't be
love
coming
cake.
back to the show. He's in jail for that molten caramel debacle. With all the kids
27
burned
years after
teeth.
the incident.
I
Was
like
that
that.
an acid attack? Was that Palestine? No, it was Woody and his caramel.
Like,
I
no,
just realized
molten
when I do
caramel.
when I do my fake reporter voice, I hold an imaginary microphone instead of using the one.
the real one.
the one I hear.
Well, you should.
But yeah,
you can hold that.
bobbing for apples, never coming back. As far as I know, it was never a thing. That might be another myth.
That was a
'cause-
thing.
No, that
I
was a thing.
remember
I've done
doing
that.
that.
Okay,
100%.
never seen it. Never
Yeah.
seen it.
I did. I never thought about how kind of gross that was because I didn't do it except when I
Filthy.
was a child. Until now, the way it was
just-
like you didn't bob to get an apple for a treat. It was like I remember this like I think it was like
Of
a
course.
church event when I was like 7 years old or something. They would have like multiple of them, and then you would compete against another kid, and whoever got the most apples out got some prize or candy.
Yeah,
it was never like, oh, I want apples so bad, because they had to incentive, because like all the other booths and places had candy, obviously.
Back in the day, it was definitely like, and you get an apple, young boy. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Like, you'd have to drown yourself to get an apple.
How gross bobbing for apples is. And sometimes that like lights a little light bulb in my head that I must be way grosser than average. I'm like, bobbing for apples is gross. I do grosser shit than that every day. I'll do grosser shit right now. Today, I was walking in my house, and on the floor, I saw that little, the flossing tool where it's like a plastic thing with a little half inch of floss. And I was like, all right, there's some trash on the floor. I need to pick this up. And it was like, I can go for a little flossing. Let's get those bottom fronts before we throw this away. No, I don't know who used it first or how it even got on the floor. But
was the string still taut?
It was. It looked pretty fresh. It might have been.
You're not as bad as me then. I would use it if the string was gone. Sometimes I'll get like something in my tooth, and I'll dig in the couch cushions because I know that one of them probably fell in there long ago. And I'll be like, yep, found it. I told you there's always one in there. And look, that's completely different than sharing a big gargle bucket with a bunch of teenagers. Like,
I hear you with
yeah. It reminds me of the movie The 13th Warrior. So the movie The 13th Warrior is about a bunch of Vikings going on a quest, and they pick up a Muslim guy along the way, an Arabic guy, because the prophecy says we need 13, one who doesn't speak like us or something. And they're like, it's you. And he's like, I don't want to go. And they're like, tough shit. And so Antonio Banderas becomes a Viking, goes on their journey with him. But they do this thing, if I remember correctly, when they go into the house where they've got a bowl of water, and they're all just blowing their nose in it and fucking like just doing awful shit to it, because that's just like what we do. It was just terrible. Terrible.
Ugh. And everyone was sharing.
They're like, they're using the same wash bowl and just making it as awful as possible.
That is
this thought process I had was like, dude, why is bobbing for apples gross? Everybody eats ass now. And I'm like, wait a minute. That makes bobbing for apples grosser.
It does. But I don't think the demos there line up at all. Like, I don't think the ass eating group is bobbing for apples.
That does sound like those Venn diagrams are
both eyes bobbing for apples.
I didn't even think about that.
You got the clap in your eye because you had to get that Granny Smith.
I would use warm salty water to be really off-putting to everyone.
You ruin the apples also.
Get in there. No, I wouldn't bob for
make apples better.
You like apples?
I don't like apples. I mean, I don't hate apples, but I'm certainly not going to stick my head into a bucket of water to procure one.
Okay. A tardy green apple can be good, but mostly I think apples are something you suffer with because you don't want something more fattening.
Yeah, it's a big who cares fruit. Like, even in the world of fruit, I would never choose it. I'll choose a banana over an apple. Any of the whole berry family beats out apples.
You know the red delicious apple?
To realize that strawberries don't taste as good as you think they do. Yeah, you saw that on Reddit too, maybe.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, that dude's right. Strawberries look like a freaking primo fruit, like a delicious candy snack.
Yeah,
but they're not that tasty. They're good.
I think
if he's eating like Walmart strawberries, maybe, but you go somewhere.
Here are the reasons why. It's two things. One, we know about sugar. We've had sugar before, so strawberries and apples are never going to live up. But the other thing is, like, the red delicious apple hasn't been bred to be more delicious. It's been bred to be more red, because they're just selling them off shelves. And once you've got it, you've got it. So red delicious apples used to taste a lot better, but they kept tinkering with the red delicious apple plants. No, make it last longer, make it shinier, make it a darker red. Now they don't taste as good as they used to. They don't taste like they used to taste.
They're the worst red apples. Like, they're a joke of an apple, I assume, even among apple lovers. Like, that's well known. Red delicious are the like good looking. You put them out on the table for decoration apples, but you bite into it and it's mealy.
That's a vapid blonde whore of an apple.
Enjoying your like
empty to the core.
Red delicious can go fuck itself, I'll tell you.
They can. They're the worst apples, and I don't like the really sour ones either. What are the sweet
Macintosh Man?
Are
Granny
those
Smith? Granny Smith is the tart green apple.
That's the one I like.
Then boo, not that one.
You're wrong.
What's like the sweet one? The good.
Well, Red Delicious is supposed to be
No,
one of the
it's
sweeter ones,
trash.
but there's something above that that I'm spacing out on right now. There's a Apple Talk. I can't remember the other.
I haven't had an apple in forever.
Gala.
A Gala. Those are the good apples. Thank you, Zach. On the ball as always with a Gala apple.
There's a Honey Crisp.
Gala.
What would you bob for, though? Obviously, no one wants an apple, but what if you're at a party? Could I throw in a bucket
Bananas
of tepid water that you would stick your head in there?
Just bob for $20 bills.
Yeah, something like that.
Filthier.
Like little balls that had money stuck in them, like the same way you do those.
I was trying to make
Easter
it as disgusting as possible, just a soup with random cash.
You're doing a soup with random. You got like kids dying because you're doing the silver dollar bob. They're all at the bottom. They're drowning, trying to pick it up with their teeth. I don't know what I wouldn't bob or what I would bob for. Becoming an adult is like you no longer have to bob for anything.
You know, this would be so. You guys might not know, but water like compresses the view. So if you look through 4 feet of water, it kind of looks like you can easily touch, but you can't.
Yeah.
That might make like a carnival bobbing scam kind of fun. You know, put like silver dollars on the bottom, but it's really 3.5 feet deep.
And hold my breath.
You can, but you might not have expected to go to your belly.
Hold my feet, honey.
Yeah. What they're gonna bank on is that like an adult isn't gonna make an absolute ass of himself and get his entire torso soaking wet for $350. And then you would call their bluff.
I'm showing up with goggles and a snorkel. Fuck his ass. You're not gonna rip me off twice.
Oh fuck! Here comes that guy in his 30s who's always taking us for a ride.
I want to do the thing where you hang on to the bar for $100 because I know the thumb grip and I can hold for a long time anyway. Because I feel like I saw one where the guy like didn't want to lose, so he like pulled the dude off, and he's like, "What the fuck? What are you doing?" Yeah,
the video cut short. Like it looked like he was gonna fight about it or something. Oh, there were two guys, right? There was like muscle. So one guy pulled the hanger off, and the hanger guy was like, "What the fuck? I've just been robbed." He was clearly gonna make it, and then big dude defended the puller, and hanger was like, now he's 2v1, and it sucked.
Yeah,
no justice in this world. Really, that's the worst thing that's happened in the last 2 months.
100%. Did that happen in the last 2 months?
Probably. I saw the video.
I saw a video in the last 2 months. Yeah.
How the hell are you guys seeing these obscure videos?
Kyle and I both spend a lot of time on Reddit.
You don't use Reddit? I like to know what's going on everywhere on the planet throughout the day. So you just sit that thing on all, and then you go top hour, and then you just keep refreshing, and then you read 50 to 250 posts an hour.
I have hundreds of subreddits that I subscribe to, so I can just hit spacebar, and it's like Ukrainian news, Israeli news, boobs. Then like, sports news, Ukraine news, pussy. And I'm just like, this is my favorite website.
So you're just like scrolling down and you're like, oh, hey, oh, hey.
Yeah, it's like a roller coaster.
This is depressing. I need to see a picture of a perfect pussy. What do you know? Here's a perfect pussy.
Oh, look at that. The puppy. Oh, he's bringing his toys to his dinner ball. He wants them to eat too. Dead people. Dead people. Oh, look at him. Pussy.
The Reddit experience.
You guys are like Clockwork Oranging yourselves.
Yeah. Thank you.
With your
For the better. I need to rewatch that. It's been a long time. I watched a documentary about it recently. It was called like Leftism Run Wild, The World of a Clockwork Orange. And so I watched that. But the last time I watched Clockwork Orange, I think I was 13, and it sickened me. Like it was like, this is awful.
It's kind of upsetting.
They're just hurting people, but to hurt people because they enjoy hurting people. That's their jam.
I got offended over it. Like, did they try to paint that as like what Democrats want the world to be?
It's more like the dystopia that they're in is a leftist dystopia. It's not that they are themselves leftists. But and
it's been a while since I've seen it. I only focus on the hype. He called it hyper violence. Is that what they said?
Ultra violence.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, the ultra violence scenes are the ones that really burn into my mind. I don't remember the overarching plot all that much.
Yeah, there's a whole thing where they brainwash this psychopath criminal, and they want to be able to say we have the crime cure. we've deprogrammed a person and made them one of us again, and then they can stand on that to push their agenda. You know, we've got this guy, we did it, we cured it. And then it was funny, like right after I watched that, Hilary Clinton was on the news talking about deprogramming MAGA Americans, and it's like,
did you see that?
Bad verbiage, bitch.
Maybe we
you
send
have
them
a
to
thesaurus.
camps.
You don't need a thesaurus, madam. I've seen your resume. Okay, you picked that word, you cunt. like tone it down.
Did she say camps?
Huh?
Did she say something about camps? Taylor did. I wasn't sure if he was joking.
Oh, I don't know if she actually said camps. Like,
she said something about deprogramming, and like Kyle said, the verbiage is a terrible choice. Hillary it seems like every time she talks, she hurts her cause. Let someone else run with it.
She's the least likable person in America, and that's a feat. We have a lot of unlikable people.
I'm not going to sit here and let you say that while Carol Baskin exists.
I'd rather hang out with Carol Baskin for a week than like get lunch with
all
Hillary
jokes
Clinton.
aside, I thought Carol Baskin got a bad rap. Like,
she didn't even murder her husband, it turned out, right? Maybe.
What do you mean?
I don't think so.
She was
based on what?
Killed her based on me kind of remembering something someone said, dude. I don't know.
He just disappeared, but he like regularly flew single engine planes over the ocean. Isn't that where he died? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, no one knows where he went or what happened. But without rehashing the greatest docudrama of 29.
I tried to rewatch it. I couldn't. It wasn't good.
It's just because everyone was so bored at the very beginning.
No, I will not allow this. I will not allow this.
Well, you can't help it.
It was fucking gold. The Tiger King, aptly timed. I agree.
It was funny.
It was gold, dude. Every episode blew you away with some more nonsense, and you were like, I have to see the next episode, because the craziest thing would happen in episode 3, but at the end they'd be like, oh, by the way, here's a new guy. He's crazier than anything you've ever seen before. He's got a sex cult of tiger hoes. They call him Doc Ellis. Oh, and also this guy accidentally shot himself in the face. Watch, boom. Click the next episode if you want to see more. And then the fucking Netflix logo rolls, and you're like, that happened. A guy shot himself accidentally and killed himself at the end of an episode on camera, and you're like, all right, well, show me episode 6, dude, because I can't stop at 5. If people
was that accidental? The gay lover of the Tiger King who blew his head off.
It was. It's on film. I guess. Was he
playing with a pistol? So he's playing with a pistol. There's another guy there, and you see the camera's on the other guy. So the other guy's looking at his friend, probably accidentally shoot himself and kill himself, and it's really awful because you just see this guy be like, oh no, oh fuck, because he just watched someone he knows accidentally too. There was no like lead up or scary moment, or like there's no apprehensive art. We're going in, get ready. It's just like we're fucking around and his face comes off or whatever. Fuck. So I stand by Tiger King as an incredible piece of media. One of the, like, whatever you call that, docudrama, I guess. That was incredible. And the characters, when you get to the sex slaves with no teeth and shit, and you got like the glamour photos of them like doing like muscle poses with their shitty tattoos, interviewing those bitches. Then you get to that trans woman with no goddamn arm, and she's like, cut it off. I don't want you to get the bad press. It's so crazy.
I don't want you to get the bad press. I'll just be a one-armed tiger trainer walking around your establishment. Like,
she knows that stub is going to come in handy in her love life. Like, I'm telling you, like she's using that. I've always said I would date.
I don't get my arm reattached.
Really?
You're gonna just you would kill yourself. Don't even joke.
Let me ask you. All right. So if it was like the left arm at the wrist and it was phallic enough, I'd be like, oh, we're on to something now.
You just get a circumcision tattooed around.
I get a penis tattooed, and my whole left arm would be a cock.
Little opening in the tip, with
veins and stuff, and like, oh man, I'd put
just
that on my Tinder profile. Just me flexing my big cock arm. Oh yeah,
you could get implants, little ball sack implants. It's genius.
Yeah, but like, what about the 99% of the time you're not fucking someone with your now tattooed dick arm? You're gonna look like an asshole at TGI Fridays.
I'm gonna do everything I can to make it 98%.
No, that goes inside of like that'll go inside of a regular arm. I'll have like multiple attachments to go over the penis arm.
That's got to be like
Jamie Lash.
This is the first time in history that I've seen people with missing limbs actually put that shit on and they can move the fingers instead of just being like static move things with like wires in it. So there's never been a better time to be missing a limb if you're rich as shit, because I imagine that stuff.
Which limb would you miss if you had to lose? I'm going to call it a foot.
Left,
not the. I'm sorry, not the appendage of foot. The distance of foot. If you had to lose a foot of one of your limbs, what would it be?
My leg.
Left leg for sure.
Yeah,
get one of those blade legs. They've already figured that out. Yeah.
I'm not convinced leg is the move. Like a left hand. I need to know how.
Nobody's come close to this shit. I don't care. I've seen those claws, and they're like, here's 30 seconds of somebody eating soup. Show me the rest of his life. Wipe your ass, gimp. I don't want to see that shit.
That dude's always smelling like French onion.
Yeah, just every day, all day. He's got to clean that. When he's done at the end of the day, that $10,000 hand is filthy. It's disgusting because he can't control that thing that well. However, a foot, it just needs to support me. All right. Now, I've seen some really good looking feet. I see guys walking around and they're talking about, this and that happened. And oh, by the way, and they just pull off a fake leg and you're like, whoa, you don't have a limp. It's like, yeah, you don't limp now when you lose your leg. I would definitely give up my leg over any of my hands. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness.
I might lose both feet before choosing one hand, because then now you're a blade man. You're probably taller.
I consider giving
probably.
I consider cutting the right off.
I'm definitely taller.
I have the biggest blades you can buy. I'm bouncing around at 8'1". Look ridiculous.
I'm gonna have an NBA career. It's because the only thing holding me back is my height.
Yeah,
I guess that's not allowed.
Your hops.
Yeah, I guess that's not allowed in the NBA. Blade legs, or someone would have tried, right?
Air Bud rules.
Yeah, no one's tried it yet, but there's no way it would. I bet that they can't pivot as well as regular feet. Actually, I bet they can't do anything as well as regular feet.
I saw some WNBA big ugly bitch explaining that why
that narrows it down.
I think maybe Shaq or maybe Tracy, it was Tracy McGrady. It's like Tracy McGrady asked this big old NBA bitch, like, why don't we lower your rim down to 9.5 feet? That way, there's going to be above the rim play in the game, and not just a little, but a lot. It's more exciting. People love it. Alley oops, slam dunks, and she's just like the shittiest answer to it ever. That's the most. That's the worst question you could have asked me. That's insulting. This and that and the other. And it's like, all right, because like two of y'all can fucking dunk. All right, and nobody watches.
Okay, you big ugly.
And you're already using.
How about you play with the man's ball? Yeah. You play with your fucking baby ball that I used in 8th grade. Why don't you play with my ball if you're just as good as the men? The women's free throw, I think their percentage might be as good or higher than the men, but they play with a smaller ball. I'm not impressed. If the man had that ball, they'd never miss.
My favorite argument for what they need to do with the WNBA so that everybody gets paid the same is you get rid of the WNBA and you just have the NBA and anyone can play. They're more than welcome to play.
Yeah. That's what the NBA is. Like the fucking Hornets or whatever team isn't going to be like, well, she's incredible and would be a net positive to our squad, but a woman? Guffaw. Like, no, if there was a world beater woman out there, she would be signed. Like that.
I often wonder about like the mystical, like, okay, here. Let's say, for example, that me or whatever, some mystical person could lock down your best player, right? I can't score 1 point a game. My stat line is like 0.00000, but you don't get a point. No one on earth can score against my defense. How useful am I in the NBA? Or alternatively, I can't miss a shot. I can get blocked, but it's me. 50 years old, not as athletic as I once was, plodding down the court. I've got the cardio to play for 13 minutes, but my shot is so good I can throw it off my own backboard and make it. You know, like
they would write a play. They would make plays for the second option for sure, where as soon as you're in, they can get the ball to you, maybe. I don't know. They just always be covering you. When would you not be covered? When would there not be a giant Superman in front of you in your face?
Right. There are NBA
I don't think that happens in the NBA.
Who, if they gave me 100 shots, I couldn't get one not blocked, right? Like they're that much better than me.
Like, could they run screens for you? Maybe like
right. Well, that assumes that I can like dribble past the screen effectively.
You can take like 5 steps.
That is true, actually.
I mean,
That's
really
though, they'd have to run screens, and you'd have to like take two big steps and get your shot off. Maybe some like hooks. Like from like some jump hooks, maybe, because you got to get a little bit higher because they're 3 feet taller than you.
So they might double team me. I don't know if it takes a double team to stop me from getting a shot off, but if they do double team me, then someone's open.
Yeah, exactly. Like that, you would be kind of like Ovechkin. Like where if you have to be covered. Like everyone at all times has to be aware of your position on the court because you're an imminent threat if you get the ball and you're open. And so just that attention being diverted from the person they're supposed to be guarding would probably be a net positive. I'd probably not on defense. Like you'd really struggle on defense to block some 6'8" guy.
I feel like the other team would target me on defense, right? They would absolutely pass the ball to whoever I'm responsible for.
Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah, and you wouldn't stop any of it.
Right? But am I still a net positive in my can't miss a
that's the
shot
thing, though. You don't play D. You stay on your side of the court. You stay there. You stay on their side of the court, or you stay like 30, 40 feet from the action on the wrong side of the court.
Genius.
Isn't that offside?
That's how you play this ability.
No, you don't have to cross the half court in basketball.
You stay right over the line, and as soon as like we get the rebound, we dish it to Woody. And if nobody's staying out there so that we can play 4v4 over here, then
I just volleyball tap that shit in.
Instant 3-point from Woody. Instant 3-point from Woody every single time because he's waiting in the corner over there at midcourt for us to like shoot the ball out to him on the rebound.
If I stay far enough away from the play, they're gonna have to do it too. Otherwise,
that'll be boo.
Is this 50-year-old white man ruining the NBA? We're gonna talk about it more during halftime.
I do dumb shit like bounce it off the floor to score.
Yeah.
They just play the fucking Globetrotters music every time you touch it. That would be
yeah.
I feel like there's so much about basketball I don't know, most of it. But
too.
having someone who can make a shot every single time, you can't not use that.
What if Woody could bounce it off his teammates? And so part of their job was getting their heads in a place where Woody could hit them in the head with the ball really hard, and it would bounce into the goal. And that was
every player just holding their head.
They're calling it the Woodworth maneuver. He's just smashing. The guys are like doing like this so he can hit him in the head, and it's just going.
You'd have like Shaq and Charles Barkley like being like, "This is not good for our sport. Like this is not good for our game."
He's clearly made some kind of a deal with the devil. Clearly made a deal with the devil. We allow black magic on the court.
There's some form of wizardry going on.
Shaq is a really interesting guy. Like he is simultaneously like an amazingly great man, tremendous acts of charity, and apparently many, many more acts of charity in private you've never heard of. Also, I don't know how many wives he's had at this point.
Really?
Yeah. And he'll tell you straight up, like, yeah, the reason that I'm not married to her anymore, I cheated on her a lot every time I could.
A lot every time. Like that's honesty.
Yeah, that bitch exploded like a broken condom.
And then, like, dude, do you know how he got his master's? Have you heard this story?
Was it not just like an honorary one, like most athletes get?
He had an honorary doctorate, but his master's was earned. So this is what happened. He would go to these meetings, and by the way, so I think he left LSU early. This is his bachelor's, and he told his mom that he would graduate, and his mom sort of called him out. He's like, "Mom, like I make $30 million a year. Like, do I really have to finish school?" And she's like, "You'd be the first O'Neil to ever do it." And he's like, "That's going to be me." So he did it. He went back to LSU in summers and got his undergrad degree. And then he's sitting in meetings, call it with Nike or whatever. And they'd say, "Hey, Shaq, nice to meet you. Yeah, I'd love to watch you play." And then they talk to his agent. Look at him. And Shaq's like, "What, you think I don't speak business? You think you think I'm not the guy that you're talking to in this?" He didn't like it. So he wanted to get his master's degree and or an MBA, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So that he would have the respect of the people in the room and speak their language. So he calls up University of Phoenix and he's like, "I want to get an MBA." And they're like, cool. You can do it online. That's a thing that we do. He goes, no, I'm not not wired to succeed in an online class. I need to have a professor come to me and teach me. And they said, well, we don't do that. And he's like, well, I have money. And they're like, well, you need to get a class size of 12. So he found 12 friends who wanted an MBA, paid all of their tuition, and got the professor to come to him. And now he and his 12 friends got their master's degrees in business, and dude's legit.
Now when
I really like
around, they talk to Shaq.
Yeah.
Shaq smart.
Shaq bought this piece of paper, say he real smart.
He's like
Shaq's so fucking rich, he bought 12 of them.
Yeah, I doubt they would have failed Shaq.
I thought that too, right? He's paying for 13 tuitions or something.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to be like, sorry, Shaq, but we're going to turn this money pipe off because you didn't, use MLA format.
You see a 13th guy also playing basketball. They call him the professor.
He's like he's cheating on his own MBA tests.
But
what you get for 3?
Yeah, I like Shaq.
Yeah, he seems.
I love Shaq.
Does he not have kids? I feel like he's at the age where he would have like his kids in the NBA.
He does have kids, but I don't think they're in the NBA.
Mm.
I wonder if it's a little bit like Tyson's kids. I think I'm thinking of Tyson's kids where they said they wanted to fight, and he's like, "What? You can't fight?" He's like, "If you want to be a good fighter, you have to be poor and hungry." He's like, "You grew up sleeping in silk sheets. You'll never be a good fighter."
Yeah.
Yeah,
I believe
and
that.
I wouldn't want if I were a professional boxer, I wouldn't want my son to follow in the boxing footsteps just because it's more dangerous. But if I were a professional athlete like NHL or MLB or something, I would 100% be like, "Come on, you got the genes for it. We're going. We're pushing."
Kyle, what's the show you recommended for me? Rome.
Yeah, Rome.
Yes. Rome. Okay. So in Rome, there's a character. His name is Octavius, and he's really smart. It's kind of his whole thing. He's the smartest guy in every room. Even when he's like a young teenager, he's smarter than the adults. And they're teaching him to sword fight so that he can be a man. And he's not really taking to it, but the guy teaching him polio is really cool. And he's like patient with him. And he's like, no, you'll get it. You just need to practice more. What he's saying is that you do this more, you'll get stronger and in shape and improve at it. And this is what he said. At best, all I could ever be is a middling sword fighter. And it's better not to be a sword fighter than a middling sword fighter. And I was like,
graveyards are full of middling sword fighters.
Did he say that too? I missed that part. And I don't know, somehow that it's better to be not a fighter than a middling one. I'm like, oh, that's some fucking wisdom right there. He's onto something.
That's true.
Yeah, that's Caesar Octavius. That he was a very smart guy. He spent his childhood reading about the stuff the Greeks had written, and just I loved his character. Even later on when they recast him with what's his name, I can't think of that actor's name. I don't know if you watched it all, right? All of it?
Not all of it, but I have made it to the next actor.
You can spoil it.
Okay.
It's ancient Rome.
Yeah, it's Roman history. I was just wondering if he'd seen that actor yet that they recast him. I think it's really good. It's another one of those things like Deadwood that also got canceled because they just came out a little bit before the golden age of TV, or at least before we were ready for what that was. Because those are just really well produced, great stories, and they're historical dramas too, which I like. I like when you take something that happened, make it a little bit fancier. Tell me about a whore who existed back then too. She's there. She's running around getting dick. Add her, like sauce up the story, make it a little better for me. Gladiator is a great example of that, right? Like those are real Romans and real shit that happened mostly. Commodus was really a Roman emperor. All that happened, but you beef it up and make it amazing. That's what Ridley Scott's doing again. Got that dog. Let me shut the dog up.
Ridley Scott is.
Yeah, I don't know my history that well, so I just assume it's all true. But I am enjoying the show. It's a blast. The first season, Kyle told me that the show ends a little early, so they have to rush and sort of put a bow on the storyline. Yeah. What happens at the first season ends how I expected the whole storyline to end. I'm like, where are they even going from here? And now I'm learning. So.
Yeah, it's frustrating to watch. Like I almost don't want to rewatch that show because it has so much potential. Yeah, I saw it many years ago, and I remember it being sick, like awesome. But they just sprint to the finish. Like you're like mad as it's going, because you're like, oh no, you're not going to flesh that out. It's just gonna the next scene is
season was a sprint.
The first season is fast, and then the second season is like, between scenes 9 years passed. Like that's like literally shit like that. It's absurd. So you're watching like, God, I wish they could have fleshed that out more with whatever that main actor is. The really dark haired guy. I don't know what his name is, but he's great.
Like in the first season, Caesar travels back to Rome. Okay, big spoiler. You might be surprised. Rome. Yeah. Caesar goes to Rome. And but like I was like, if this was Game of Thrones, they would take 1 or 2 years to sort of define the landscape, the players, the travel from here to there. You know, the war with the Gauls and the people in his army, they would be building that up. Here, by like episode 3 or so, he's defeated an entire enemy race, and now he's home again.
He's conquered all of the Germanic and Celtic peoples. Like that's the part you'd love to see, right? Just nothing but war and big battle scenes. Yeah. But you could tell they didn't have money for that. They didn't have any money for any of the battle scenes.
Oh, you're right. Sometimes I forget about like the why.
So expensive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so expensive to do a battle scene because you don't want to do a shitty one. You'd rather do something sort of like
they did a shitty one.
A big battle that happened.
I forget which battle scene it was, but like there's basically like foggy photos where there's a guy like and another guy and then like whatever tall dude won and you're like you just robbed me of an entire war.
Now imagine a war.
Close your eyes with us.
Incredible. Huge feats of strength and heroism are happening all around you as the camera pans through the turmoil. Okay, are you going to show us any of this? Here's the blurry screen. Sword shield. Yeah, it sucks when they do that. That's what early Game of Thrones was like, too, though. If you remember the Whispering Woods, we didn't see shit. That's a huge battle where Jaime Lannister cuts down some of the best swordsmen in the North by himself. We didn't see any of that shit. We saw a little part where they hit him in the head and they catch him at the end. And then the battle where the big naval battle where they're at King's Landing, they cut to Tyrion's face and show him react to the shit that's happening. So they didn't have the money there. That shit's so expensive when you get into that CGI. Yeah.
They blew all their money on the wildfire explosion.
So I was going to say before my dog went crazy, Ridley Scott, who made Gladiator, has now made Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix as Napoleon. It's like 3.5, 4 hours long or something. And it'll be on, I'm sure they'll put it in theaters, but then it'll be on Apple TV sometime thereafter. The trailer looks awesome. Just huge, epic scale, Napoleonic era battles in Egypt, Russia, the entire. And there's this the trailer I saw. He's like, I have conquered the world. I went to the frozen north of Russia, and they cut to a scene of him in Russia, like shooting cannons on people on the eyes. To the plains of the west, to the sands of the far. And it's great because Joaquin Phoenix is doing kind of a French accent, and he's good at that. I'm super hyped for that movie.
That sounds sweet.
I love those I love that he's not making any more alien shit. Ridley Scott's done enough of that. And
what else has he done that I might know? I've seen
Gladiator, Black. I think he did Black Hawk Down. And I'm spacing out on some of the other stuff. He did
those
Alien.
Two are good enough. Those are excellent movies. I love those movies.
Alien, and I think he did Prometheus and the other Alien sequel.
Prometheus was kind of
yeah. He's real into the backstory of the aliens, and I feel and I don't.
And
care.
I'm not. Yeah,
that should be like left a mystery, but that's neither here nor there. But I am really pumped for that Joaquin Phoenix movie.
When's
I like him
out?
A lot. I think next month. I think November. Pretty sure.
I haven't seen a movie in theaters in years, and so maybe I'll make that one that I see. I've thought on multiple occasions over the past couple of years, like I want to go see a movie. Like that sounds like fun, and then I Google what movies are on, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna force myself to go to the movies to watch something I'm not interested in.
You know what part of it is? Part of it is it is so nice to watch at home. On a good TV for free. But I keep every now and then on Reddit, they're like, this guy tried to get into the seats he reserved. Here's what happened. And he's just getting assaulted by 3 or 4 people. in a movie theater because he wanted to sit
What kind of people?
the kind who sit in your reserved fucking seats and then think that they're being singled out when you ask them politely if they would please not sit in the seats that you paid special for and have reserved here on your phone. See the little thing here? It means I sit there.
Yeah.
Why are you killing me? Colonialist, what? You know,
It's like, see how on my phone seats 16 and 17 are blue and the rest of the seats are gray? Wait,
if
don't
you get off
me.
the phone call, you could look at yours and tell that your seat's down there somewhere.
I mean, the last I feel like not many people go to the movies anymore. The last one I went to was Joker, probably 4 years ago when that came out, and I saw it pretty close to the release date, I feel, and even that was like, yeah, that was the last movie I saw.
I was
in
like
theaters.
a young man when that stupid fucking movie came out.
I think it was 2019. I haven't been out of the game
That's
too
an
long.
excellent movie. The sequel,
it was a good movie, but even that theater was not full.
Overrated movie.
Oh, I
Zach,
thought it was
what's
really
the Rotten
good.
Tomatoes of Joker with Joaquin Phoenix?
I bet it's
the
gonna go.
The
in your
sequel
favor,
comes
but
out soon.
Why was it terrible?
The sequel.
Well,
It was long and droning. It was like there was one scene played over and over again. It was one note is a better description. Just played for. Was that movie 4.5 hours long? I don't know. It felt like 5.5 hours. It was ridiculous. A little lower than I expected.
2 hours and 2 minutes.
yeah, 88 on 50,000
That was only
ratings.
2 hours. That
Yeah.
movie felt like I honestly thought it was going to be closer to 3.
Yeah,
No,
Not 4. Like
you
I
didn't
said.
enjoy how they built the tension throughout it of you're seeing him crack, he's starting off in
He's
a
off the
very
meds.
bad place, and then he almost the vibration of it increases to the really cool culmination when he's like, "Time, how about another joke, Murray?
Murray.
Murray, what do you get when you cross?" And he fucking blows De Niro's head off. That was awesome. That was such a good I like slow burn movies though, and I enjoyed that.
The sequel, I'm even more excited for, and I think I'm going to be alone in that though. So first of all, Lady Gaga will be Harley Quinn, and second of all, it'll be a musical. I love musicals.
God damn it!
I love musicals, and here's my prediction, Taylor. Like any musical, there's probably gonna be 6
I don't need to
songs
have
in
ever
2
seen a
hours.
musical to judge all of them.
You've never
I'm
seen
with
one?
Kyle. I'm the biggest Joker hater I have ever talked to, ever spoken with. The same thing. But a musical Joker, Lady Gaga. I'm so in. Did she do that song In the Shallows? Is she the one that sings that To Catch a Star? Is that the movie? Am I the only one that knows this?
No.
Yeah,
I don't even know the movie,
that.
but I know. Oh, Zach says I'm right. Okay, I've watched that scene where she sings the song 100 times.
Okay. Yeah, I like her music. I love her voice. Politically she's whatever, but I'm excited to see her in this movie. I hope she can act well. Also, she gets naked for no apparent reason on the internet all the time, which I appreciate.
Lady Gaga does?
Yeah. And she did a whole documentary where she's completely nude in her backyard, with these crystals or some shit. It's a little foggy in my memory. I just remember looking at her vagina.
Interesting in that regard to me. So I haven't seen her naked as much as Kyle, so I need to step up my game. But she used to wear crazy outfits. She wore a dress that was entirely made of meat, just steaks hanging and flopping around. And then you didn't know what she looked like for years because she had masks on and crazy makeup, like Kiss almost.
She wore a lot of makeup.
But a lot of makeup could be confused with someone who just gets really dolled up. No, this is weird clown makeup and Kiss.
I like her music videos too. They're really dirty. I like that.
I need to see her naked more.
Yeah,
she has been naked a lot. I didn't know this.
I'm all over this. You want to know about it? Just you ever want to see a celebrity
shit.
naked? You come to me, my friend. I'll show you them putting a cactus in their butthole or something. I got you.
Well, I don't want to see that.
Yeah, you do.
I don't feel like that's fun for anyone.
Not even the cactus.
Not even the
Get outta
cactus is having fun being crammed into a pussy on a photo shoot there.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, she just got her pussy out. Just not even doing that
Rock
little
and roll,
coy.
baby.
There's not a stuffed animal there. It's just labia.
Yeah, rock and roll. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. And she's just an incredible singer and songwriter and piano player too. She's amazing on the piano. I heard her do this live performance on Stern one time, and you got to keep in mind, she's just in their studio playing they've got a little sound studio, but still, it's not professionally produced. And it's like, holy shit, she can just make beautiful music whenever she wants. It's like the highest level imaginable. So I like her a lot. I'm excited to see that movie. The other, what's the other musical I like? The one with Johnny Depp.
Johnny
Demon Barber.
Freddie
Demon Barber.
Knife Fingers.
Sweeney Todd. No,
Sweeney Todd.
That's not a musical. Sweeney Todd is excellent. And Johnny Depp plays
Little Priest. Is it
Sweeney Todd? Johnny Depp play. It's Tim Burton. So you know what it looks like already. Everything's really dark and sooty and English.
As a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, he is. And Johnny Depp is basically a barber who kills and robs his customers. He's murdering them and taking their money. And the lady downstairs, who is Helena Bonham Carter, she's the girl from Fight Club.
She looks like Elaine.
Marla. A little like slutty Elaine, dirty Elaine. She's runs a pie shop downstairs, and so she's taking the bodies, making pies. And so they're he's singing about cutting throats, and she's singing about making people pies, and the whole time he's actually the good guy in the story, believe it or not.
Making people pies can mean two different things.
Yeah,
making pies for people, like making people pies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why punctuation and grammar are important.
It makes a good song because you can go sing along with that. No, I like musicals. I usually do. I always like the musical episodes of TV shows. Buffy. Did you see the musical Star Trek episode where the Klingons are like in sync, fucking doing a boy band thing?
Dude, yeah, my wife and I watched it together.
I should hate that, but I loved it.
That's so embarrassing.
We were trying to see which people could really sing. Like, there's like a talk singing.
You fucking fruit.
Less than like to really belt out a song. And some of the actors and actresses were just clearly musically talented, and some, I could relate to.
Yeah. I love it. The Klingons come on. They're like a boy band, like all dancing together.
Dude, the Klingons in this episode. So something happens that makes everyone sing. All right,
they're forced to sing.
The people on in the Federation are like, man, we got to figure out this singing thing. It's making us share emotions and thoughts that we would like to keep private. The Klingons are pissed. They just want to fucking kill everyone because they're acting like fruits. It makes them so angry.
Why have you done this to me?
Oh my god, really?
You. Yeah. And they're in sync dancing like together, like that really well coordinated, like bye.
Dude, Star Trek is a million times better than Star Wars at this point. It isn't even close.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's so much better. I like every kind of Star Trek. I'm enjoying Lower Deck. We watch it every week as it comes out. I'm enjoying. Do you get called Generations?
Do you get a lot of the references in Lower Decks? Because that's why I love it. Because it's chock full of like the deep cut, like nerdy references from 1991.
I mean, I think I do. I've watched like every piece of Star Trek ever, but
it's fun.
I don't know the ones I don't get. So
yeah, it feels like it's like Rick and Morty style zaniness and fun, but in the Star Trek universe. But it's the cutting edge of the timeline, as it were. So like, when an episode comes out in that animated show, it's like the newest year date of any of the Star Treks. So they'll reference stuff that happened. They'll talk about Kirk. They're like, Scotty would have fixed it. Scotty could have fixed this, no problem, or whatever. Or they'll mention, the Riker maneuver. Yeah, see, just lots of these inside jokes and references, and I like
Star Trek Voyager is, of course, a series of Star Trek. And if you ever watch Voyager, everything is like zany and stupid. And so they take the Voyager out of mothballs, and they're going to make a museum out of it. Well, they're like, this is a dumb solution to our giant problem, but it's so zany, it kind of works for Voyager. And they use this like growing cheese to disable the computers, if I recall, something like that. Dude, I'm loving it.
My favorite part, like one of the main characters is stuck in the vents or whatever, and he's trying to escape, and he's all he's got muck all over his face, so it's like brown face almost, and his hair standing up on end, and he's got like rags tied all over him because he's getting hot. And and when he steps out, the Tom Paris character goes, Kazon! And that's such a nerdy inside joke because the Kazon I know are like 80,000 light years away on the other side of the galaxy. They shouldn't be there, but Tom Paris got thrown there in Voyager, so he sees them as his number one enemy, and the guy looks just like a Kazon. So it's hilarious when he punches him and says Kazon. So yeah, I really like all the Star Trek stuff. I couldn't agree more. The Star Wars stuff has lost me for the most part. It was so silly in Mandalorian for Grogu to be like, nah, I'm not going to be a Jedi. I want to ride around with a Mandalorian and sell toys instead. That's exactly what happened. Disney said, no. He can't hang out with Luke Skywalker. We're not ready to make the Skywalker TV show yet. CGI is not there yet. Let's go. Let's make the Ahsoka show and let's make the Mandalorian show. They'll do their own things. And like,
they're not doing
with Grogu.
Lightyear or what's the fucking name? Skywalker show yet?
No.
Isn't Mark Hamill like 70?
Well, see, they make a full CGI Mark Hamill. So they've got this young guy who looks a lot like Mark Hamill, and then they put CGI on him, and they use Mark Hamill's voice. So it's as close to Mark Hamill as you can get. It's close.
That kind of sucks because it's never going to look 100% right. Like if you're a big fan,
I think they're getting close. I think they got billions and they're working on it. They want to bring Mark Hamill back to life.
70, you have to do something.
Would you rather just recast?
Okay.
Yeah. Like if they already have a guy who looks exactly like him, just kind of,
Zach, can you find the side-by-side picture of young Mark Hamill and the actor that they overlaid in The Mandalorian? Because it is very close. And when you see it, you'll be like, yeah, cast that guy. But I like the technology. I like the idea of minor little edits and Mark Hamill's de-aged voice flowing out of that guy's CGI mouth on a young man's body that can run and jump and play. And making the best show possible. But they're not even making that show. This is a hypothetical show that I'd like to see. What they've got is Mandalorian riding around being bitch made with his little green sex toy.
Those are different people.
Yeah, those are different people.
That's just the same. No way.
They must be CGIing.
The hair is the exact same down to the strand. Look at the pattern. Like it. Okay.
That's the actual him without the CGI. Still close.
Okay,
especially in the facial structure, like the hair. If you ignore the hair and just look at like the jaw,
close enough.
Good looking fella, nonetheless, right? My goodness,
better looking than the original guy.
I don't know. On the right, that's not a good look. He looks like he has AIDS on the right. Like this is like before and after the. Okay,
needs to get some sun.
Photoshopped over Mark Hamill's. Okay.
Yeah, well, he looks exactly the same there, but I mean, with the face photoshopped.
But yeah, I completely lost patience with the Star Wars movies. I guess I just want, I want a white dude to be the guy for whatever reason. Like maybe that's racist or shitty of me, but I like the hero of the movie to look like me. It doesn't have to be, but I didn't want to watch that little girl somehow learn to be a Jedi. I didn't like Rey from the start. I found her to be annoying, and then they had the black stormtrooper guy, and I thought that was fucking cool. I was like, good. They're showing everybody that this is the era when they're not clones, making it very clear with a black guy. I loved that. And then I'm like, maybe the black guy and the white girl are gonna like get together. And they're like, nah, we're not gonna do that. And they completely split them up in the second movie. And then they turned Mark Hamill into a ghost. And I know you didn't want to see an old ass Mark Hamill doing kung fu fighting. I get that. Frankly, I liked it when Yoda went Super Saiyan mode way back in the third movie and was spinning around. And if you had Mark Hamill like sit there cross-legged and made his fucking like lightsaber go do its own thing, like what if he just sat there like this while his lightsaber fought the shit out of the big bad guy?
Just operated it remotely.
What if he was just like, what if it was clear he was sparing him? He's like, I've seen your future. I will not kill you now, you fool. Dude, like Mark Hamill like used all of his good energy like to do that, but instead he showed up there and just was a force ghost, and he used so much of his life force to make the force ghost to be a distraction that he died, and they take him away. And I don't want to lose Mark Hamill like that. He went out like a bitch.
That does sound stupid. I remember you complaining about it at the time.
He's the best.
In the majority.
He's the best pilot in the galaxy, so they say. He's the most strongest with the Force in existence, so they say. He's the greatest sword fighter ever, so they say. and he goes out like a bitch. Pick one of the three. Pick one of the three. I guess the Force thing is the Force ghost. I get they're like, do you know what powers it took to project himself to another planet? And it's like, yeah, it does sound hard, but
I guess whatever you tell me, because it's all made up.
Yeah.
how about you send
How
him
many
there
goblins to take down a centaur? Like that's what we're saying here. Like, I'll believe whatever you say.
I can't remember. I don't know if it turned out that Rey was Luke Skywalker's daughter or whatever. But how great would have been if like the bad guy was about to kill Rey and Luke's ghost showed up and was like, "Get your hands off my daughter," and like pulled him off and like beat him up like a dad at a baseball game
or something. She was a bad guy, but didn't go bad. I don't know. So look, I agree. The last 3 Star Wars weren't great. I think I liked them more than you, but I didn't love them.
I refuse to watch the third one.
I can't close my mind. Like if a new Star Wars comes out, I give it a try. I'm curious. I want to see it.
Have you seen Ahsoka? Because my
Who
YouTube
the hell
tells me,
is that?
I'm not
and
curious.
Why are they making a show about
First of all,
scheming extra?
Now you're in the
universe.
minority. Now you're in the minority, sir, because a lot of people know Ahsoka from the Clone Wars animated stuff. A whole different age group, way younger than us, knows that because that was so popular. She was an animated character from the Clone Wars, which takes place. She's like Anakin Skywalker's Padawan learner when he was out in the Clone Wars, like doing the fun shit that they, for some reason, didn't want to make a movie about. There's a whole part in the Star Wars universe where the strongest characters that ever existed are in a giant galactic war, flying from planet to planet, beating up a new big bad on every planet, solving huge problems. They chose to animate that, not make a movie about it, because they wanted more of the Senate, apparently. So she's in there, and she starts off as an annoying child, and over the years, she like becomes your favorite character. It was true character progression. Like I hated her. I was like, I hated every time an episode had her, and she like learned from her mistakes, and her personality improved. You're like, you got to stop being so shitty. You're awful. They were telling the character that, and then she's like, yeah, I am being awful, and she became a better person. And now they got Rosario Dawson playing the adult version of her, riding around the galaxy, fucking shit up. And Rosario Dawson is my favorite. You want to talk about celebrity coochie? Look up Rosario Dawson
on
full frontal, and you want the gif. You want the gif.
Is she in that like goofy tentacle headed setup with her pussy out?
No, she's not. But I imagine her that way. Yeah, Rosario Dawson's one of my like top 10 like celebrity crushes of all time.
Is that series with her just like a total fan service series? Because there's no way anyone who's not into Star Wars already is going to be like, oh, the tentacle bitch. Like,
it's the big one right now. It's the one that's debuting right now and doing well. I think they might have ran all the episodes out now, but it's the latest and greatest of the Star Wars TV shows.
I watched. What was the one where the guy like went to the prison and made maybe the Death Star?
Andor, the TV show. Yeah, I watched a little of that. I couldn't.
People said it was great, and it wasn't.
Andor is where the Ewoks are from.
I think it is. Yeah.
No, that's Endor.
Fuck.
Andor?
Now I think you're right about that. I don't know.
Look at me.
I believe it's Andor.
No, it's Endor.
In any case, I wanted to talk about Gen V while we're on TVs and movies, because that's something that you'll absolutely hate, Taylor, because it's more superheroes. It's a boys spinoff where it's the kids who are going to like the superhero school, and they're ranked on their power level and stuff. So it's a bunch of college age kids with superpowers who are real horny all the time and fighting each other and killing each other. And their powers are at least a couple of them have powers that are related to like disorders. So the one chick has a blood-based power, so she has to cut herself, right? And it's like,
I didn't really catch that was like
she's got to cut herself every time
like
she
a
uses
mental
her powers.
disorder. Yeah.
Yeah. Her period kills her parents in the first episode. It's rad. She gets her period for the first time, and her period blood goes ham and like takes her whole family.
Wait, the blood itself like turns into a vapor of poison or what?
Sort of like
picture it like a really deadly whip. You know, she can grab your foot and make you fall. She can slice you.
That's disgusting. I wouldn't let her in my superhero
school.
Dude,
it is.
They talk
gross.
About that. The dude's like, frankly, it's gross. Like a couple of them say it's gross.
That's disgusting. I also, and it's not sexist. I also wouldn't let a booger related guy in
it's not just period blood. Like she cuts herself to get access to
cuts
blood
her
normally.
palm typically.
But the first time it happens is when she gets her period as like a young girl, because her powers come on the same time she
Puberty.
womanhood does, I suppose. So in any case, that's her power. The other chick, it's an eating disorder. She has to vomit to get tiny, and she has to gorge herself to get big. And it's like, okay,
this is a spoiler, but I guess Kyle kind of said it.
All the dudes are rapey as fuck. They'll be like, sleep, and you'll wake up with their dick in your face.
Sleep. I didn't do what you thought.
It's Hogwarts with more fucking and sexual assault and
so much
bloods
assault
and shit. I'm really digging the show. I watched the episode as soon
New
as
episode
I can.
tonight?
It sounds just gross and dumb, and
these are not disqualifying for me.
I can't believe I feel like you're almost messing with me that there's a period related super
Dude, it's the worst.
You're hung up on the period part.
He's a little mixed up.
That's the most interesting thing you said.
So she goes to the bathroom and she realizes that she's bleeding, and this is a new thing for her. She doesn't know what's up. Her mom's outside the door knocking on it, and she's like, don't come in. And it's well acted. The mom is like, I figured this out. Hey, it's okay. This is normal. This is natural. And she enters the bathroom. And then the new superpower chick immediately takes the blood, sends it across the room like a bullet, and kills her mom by accident.
Yeah.
So then dad walks in the room.
It's like floating in the air, and sort of because she's scared, and like the blood defends her basically. Like by instinct, she uses the blood to basically kill her mother.
But now with dead mom, we have a lot of blood in this room. So it is like a frag grenade when dad walks in and she just blood spurts everywhere. And now dad is like shards of glass in him and blood and all sorts of horribleness. And she just murdered her two parents. And then they put her in an orphanage and she grew up there.
Yeah.
And just never had a period again. And just, I suppose, like, how does that work?
And I
continue to have her period. She gained control over her bloody powers. Again, it wasn't
you gotta put that bitch on birth control.
She cuts her hand to make blood come out to use it to do her power.
Yeah, you're a little hung up on the fact that the first time she did it, she discovered it through period blood. But now she just,
you're really fixated
on one of these deals.
Fixated on that one little part.
Well, that seems like a big part.
There's a trans character, but instead of just like identifying, they actually changed to a boy and a girl. Like there's two actors.
Now we're on board. like this is how you know we're not bigots. Now we're on board. I don't.
This is how you know. You like this retarded show.
As soon as that happened, I'd be like, see, it would be perfectly fine for me to fuck the girl because that she's not just pretending to be a girl. Now there's a vagina. Her DNA just changed. That is a girl. And then she's like, boppity boop. And it's that one again is they're trying to be woke, but I feel like they went the wrong direction. They like showed their hand because this character is
the power.
I'm getting
it's a super good fighter.
Yeah, super strength and vulnerability, but they also have the ability to like morph from. I think it's only
like a shapeshifter also.
I think,
but
in
I think
girl
just
mode,
like two people they could be.
I think in girl mode, maybe it's not as strong or something. I think it goes to boy mode to fight and girl mode to fuck, but it goes back and forth. It's fucked as a boy and as a girl. But it's an Asian person.
She fucks a lot and does it well.
It's an Asian person with traditional parents, and they're like, "This is our son."
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, and you can tell she's like, "Motherfucker, come on! I'll be what I want to be when I want to be." And it's like, well, Dad's just trying to introduce you. What's he supposed to say? Like you are a dude right now, and then she's just like, "Boop, now I'm a girl.
I'm a superhero." Like, it's like, but you still not doctor.
The show does a
you
nice
number
job
5
of making the boy and the girl the same person. Like,
yeah,
they have really similar hairstyles. The length
it might be the same person. It might be the same person.
Really? Maybe I
don't know. With the way technology works, like they could easily be using the same actor and morphing them just a little bit and just having them stand up straight or some shit. And it's just it might be a really passable trans person who's going back and forth with their appearance, but it could be two fucking actors because it really does look like a girl and a guy. And I like that part too. I think that's supposed to be super woke. But
is it Golden Boy? Is that the person's name?
Yeah, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger's son.
I think he's going to come back.
I saw him explode.
Okay, like days. I don't know how he heals. And days
Yeah.
later, there was like a piece of him in the sidewalk crack. The
Yeah.
camera like zoomed in on it. Like, oh, there's a little
Did it.
piece of him. And I'm like, for all I know, he's going to heal from that thing.
That would be cool because I wanted to see, when I found out that was Schwarzenegger's son, I wanted to see him act. It's not the one he had with the maid, who's a Hulk of a man. It's one of his Maria Shriver babies, who's like just a handsome guy who does not look like Schwarzenegger, and he's not bulky. He's like a lean, like, I don't know, swimmer's body type guy, but he's super good looking, and you think he's going to be the main. He's the rank. They're very serious about the rankings in this school, and he's number 1. He's Golden Boy. But yeah, this is
not
the
the same
trans
people,
character,
right? Am I? To me,
nah, the
they're very
forehead's
much-
looks to me like the forehead's completely different. But maybe the person's just tilting their head. I can't tell anymore. The world's a lie.
Dude, I'm growing more face blind by the year. At this point, I have to watch television with Jackie, and I'll be like, "Is that the same person?"
Do you mean Jackie has to watch television with you?
She can watch television independently. I'm the lost one. I have
hilarious.
to. I need I need a seeing eye dog to tell me, like, is in Rome, Mark Antony grows a beard. I'm lost. I cannot tell that's the person
That
anymore.
fooled you? He looks
Oh
so...
my god! I had never any idea.
Pull him up, pull a picture of him up with a beard, without a beard. It's so obviously the same guy.
That might be a disorder. Like you might
Dude,
need to do some flashcards,
Dude,
buddy.
face blindness is a thing. Some people don't remember faces
Dude,
well
at
at
this
all.
point,
Yeah.
I'm like television, camera, man, woman, dog, or whatever Trump says with his 5 words. Like
Fuck.
I might be losing it. I don't know.
You need
but
like
I-
color coded.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
Anyway,
red guy.
I just like, is that person? Is that? Yeah, I can't tell.
Oh, like without getting too deep into it, and while we're on the topic of potential mental illness, get that checked. Our
What do
our
you do
our
about
friend,
that?
our
Can you
friend
recognize
who
this
was-
guy versus this guy? No? Well,
Quiet, Taylor. He's trying
good
to talk.
luck.
I meant to say Kyle. I fucked my
See,
joke
I
up.
know you did. I was like, why did you? You had it. See, this is proof positive.
He can't keep us straight. And we look very different.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, Gen V is really good. I like the chick who vomits to get teeny tiny. She's this dude. She just wants to get laid and feel good about herself because she's like got low self esteem.
Her
And she gets
mission
this
is to get a threesome.
and she gets this dude in her apartment. She's just trying to fuck this dude or her dorm room or whatever. And he's like, "Oh, could you make yourself teeny tiny?" And she's like, "Yeah." And she has to go to the bathroom and vomit. Nobody knows that she vomits to do this, and it's real downer. And she comes back and she's like itty bitty, and she's like on his dick. She's
Like
like
he's an
hugging
oak
his
tree.
dick like a yeah. She's like hugging it and
Did
like
he have to be
sliding-
like, I didn't think I had to spell this out. Not this tiny.
No,
I
he
think it's what
loves
he
it.
wanted. Yeah.
He
She's
goes, "Is that
holding
the-
his
tell me-"
dick. She can't get her arms all the way around, if I recall. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
And she's like stomping his balls, which is
yeah.
yeah.
He's
It's
like,
not something
he's
I
like,
would
"Is that
go
the
for."
biggest cock you've ever seen, baby?" She's like, "Proportionately, yeah."
Yeah.
She's like, it's 10 times her size. She's hugging it.
Oh,
and, like,
yeah.
She should really, but it's almost her fault for not telling everybody that she has to vomit and gorge herself to utilize the power. Because then people
Yeah.
wouldn't be as rude about it. Probably
yeah.
they think she's
well,
just like going to the bathroom for no reason. Like, oh, she's kind of being rude.
Well,
She's not even letting
again,
me watch the train. Because I would insist, like, hey, if you're gonna make yourself big or small, like, do it in front of me. I want to see how it works. I want to see
Kyle,
you shrink or grow.
There's a scene where she gets big.
Yeah.
You remember it?
of course.
Does she
yeah.
come out naked?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but we
I
don't see
forgot
any
that.
nudity. They film it slyly because
Hmm.
she's kind of flat chested and she's so enormous and she kind of comes out on her hands and knees and gets on all fours and does a thing. So yeah, then you don't see any nudity from her. I'm not sure if there is nudity. I don't remember seeing any titties, which is a real shame. I appreciate nudity in my television shows. It makes me feel like it's the real world. When everybody's in bed covering their titties up with a blanket pulled up like it's chilly, I'm like, what? You just got fucked in the ass. Like, are you shy now? Like, what's going on here? Like, it just looks silly when everybody's hiding under the covers. Have some titties out or like
That's
some
true.
ass cheeks banging.
It's just when they put so much of it that it's like, oh,
Mhm.
you didn't have enough to round out an episode. That's what we're doing here. Is you wrote out the script and you realized you were a page short, and so you threw in an extra 120 seconds of this. Game of Thrones did that all the fucking time.
I loved it. When they got away from the when they stopped hiring porn actresses literally for major roles, that's when the show started going downhill. That's the girl who plays a whore, who's Tyrion's whore, quote unquote, is a porn star. Like she was a porn star. A lot of them were. All those background actors who were just getting slammed in the back. Like that, I loved that part of the show.
I'm hyper fixated on the fact that I can't actually remember any tits in this show. Like there must be tits because there is a full-on gigantic dick that the girl climbs like a tree.
Oh, they show penis?
Testicles and
yeah.
Not even they don't show penis a little. It takes up your entire
it's
screen.
Very woke show.
They show hairy balls. Like
they call PewDiePie a Nazi right away.
Yeah, they call PewDiePie a Nazi in the show.
Yeah.
That's so stupid. They just have to they have to ham-handedly squeeze that shit into fucking everything now.
You're right.
What did PewDiePie do? I've never watched his videos, but that guy, he seems all right by me.
Yeah,
he's just doing games, right?
I've never watched any of his content, but I've seen two things I think they don't like. I'm pretty sure he might have dressed up as a Nazi for Halloween one year, but that might just be imaginary. I do remember, and for those of us who played 1,000 hours of PUBG or more, you know exactly where he was on the map when he dropped that N-bomb. He's going across the bridge to fucking Millie Island on the south east side. And he drops that N-bomb live on stream with like who knows how many people, probably 50 fucking thousand. And it was like, they didn't let that go for a long time.
Yeah, sounds like they didn't at all. If they're bringing it up now in this stupid show.
Yeah, and Schwarzenegger's dick's out too, but they animate it. So his power is he's like fireman or whatever. He's like flame on, and his whole body sets on fire. But that means his clothes burn the fuck right off. And the girls are like, yeah, look at that big uncut cock. It has to be uncut, of course, because nothing can cut him because he's golden boy. And he's got like a huge swinging fiery cock as he's doing his gym. Like they're like showing off their powers and stuff. And it's just like cock out all the time.
Whenever he flames on, all his clothes burn off. So.
Yeah. It's a fun show. I like it. I just ignore the woke fucking nonsense. I'm like, there's lots of made up stuff here. So if they make up some more stuff, just make that part of the fantasy too.
It doesn't jump out at me.
Like everything I just said, right?
Making fun of PewDiePie,
like all their powers are like allegories.
Sounds woke as shit.
We're fighting the patriarchy and the white man every step of the way, man. Like with our pussy powers. I mean, it's as woke as it gets. It's about a black lesbian who fights the patriarchy with her pussy power. That's what the show's about. Now, I like it. And she does it alongside her white girlfriend with the eating disorder, her trans Asian friend, and the white girl who's like kind of evil. Like, we don't know yet. I bet she turns evil. The white girl goes
bad guy is Blinken, the old white man.
Yeah, but we roast him right away and kill two white men at the same time. That's episode 1. We get the two main character white men out of the way. Look, it's as woke as a joke. But I like the show.
Woke as a joke.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I will not be watching that superhero show.
You're lost.
Yeah,
it does not sound like it's my loss. Sounds
Taylor,
like
you have to watch it with me so I know who's who.
Yeah, I'm sitting there like the show fucking sucks. Yes, that's the main character.
Jackie holding your hand and like stroking the top of it. Like, yeah, honey, the show's starting.
Yeah, which one's that?
Here, have a cashew.
Cashew. Not too many.
Oh, shit. How is your? I want an update. I want an update on your fishery that you've got over there.
My fish tank. Yeah, I've been working really hard on it. Let's see. It came in Wednesday. By the end of that day, I had it like the stand assembled and the tank on the stand. I think I mentioned on the show it's 488 pounds. So getting it on the stand, like I can't lift 488 pounds, but I can lift half of it and like get it on the ledge and then muscle the rest. And that, like you can imagine. By the following day, I had all the plumbing to take it to the sump underneath and back, dry fitted, and the next day I had it glued up. So it's been running for maybe 4 days now, something like that. Today I plumbed in the rest of the filters. There's 3 fish in there, maybe 5 corals, and either Friday or Saturday, I'm moving the entire contents of my original tank over. But so far, so good.
Is there going to be
the original tank? Are you going to do like a second one that's just for reef growing? Maybe I imagine that might be kind of neat.
We have like thoughts and ideas around that. It's not nailed in. So one thing is we're going to start quarantining new fish. We're not just going to throw possibly sick fish in with the rest. And it might do that. We might do what they call a frag tank, which is like when you buy or grow small frags and make them big enough before you move them to your new tank.
A frag is a
a fragment. It's a part of a coral, yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm not sure what we're going to do with the other tanks, but we're going to start like quarantining fish and adding new stuff, and I'm excited for that.
I love shorthand in hobbies. I love when it goes it's like that. A frag. I'm like, what's a frag?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't speak to my audience, but
we're not up on the latest lingo.
Of course not. And you have to say that because the audience doesn't know what I'm talking about either.
I only do freshwater stuff. I'm sorry. You have to explain.
Yeah, enjoy your ugly fish.
Really, dude, you should see it all day. So my plumbing, it's fairly complicated, but I've talked before about how I don't really like the task of plumbing. And it's not that plumbing is bad. I actually like putting the pipes together and gluing or soldering or whatever. It's the places where I do plumbing. I spent a good 8 hours today under the tank, and there's like another tank under it. So I'm like backwards, sharp corners digging in me, reaching far, lifting heavy things, at the end of my arms. And it was just exhausting. My back hurts. Everything hurts. I had Jackie help me towards the end. Woman helped me for like 30 minutes, and she's like, "Oh man, this is so hard." It's like, I am 7.5 hours in, girl. Like, I don't want to hear about your fussing.
Fine, no fish for anyone then. Like, shut it down. It's gotta help.
I think I got pretty much the last of the hard plumbing.
It'll just be a terrarium.
And I'm really excited. She spent the day. Dude, she's got like charts and whiteboards and stuff talking about the different needs of the corals. And we have a light measuring device that shows you where the light is brightest and where it's dimmer. And it's hard for the human eye to really understand how bright it is because it adjusts. So you have this tool, and we dialed in our lights today, and I was really happy about that. So now she's planning where every coral is going to go in the next tank based on its needs. So should be cool. She's really taken to this reef thing. I did it forever, right? I did a long time ago for 15 years or something. And I came in with some knowledge, although I was pretty out of date. She's fresh to this. And I bet right now she's either reading a reef book or watching reef videos. She is constantly bringing herself up to speed, and she's become an expert.
She's probably thinking anything to keep you out of the skies. or off of a crotch rocket in Arizona somewhere. Just, oh, you want to grow fish in the living room? Oh, my favorite thing, Woody.
More fish. Huh?
Let's grow frags.
No, Woody, come back. We're gonna do more frags. Don't get in your spy machine and soar away.
Not this week, anyway.
Speaking of sky machines, were you, when you were watching the Palestinian
Hamas,
Israel shit, were you like, that's a pretty nice paramotor, or were you like, dog shit, that's a terrible paramotor, off brand, wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole?
I couldn't tell what paramotor it was, like the brand. I looked at the wing, and but mostly I was like, I can't believe someone actually used it in war. So the U.S. Army trains on paramotors. It's crazy to me. But I have friends that are trainers, and they'll just they love the students. It's really easy to train like a 25-year-old athletic, active duty, fearless person, compared to somebody who can normally afford the sport. But we do it, and I'm like, this is dumb. You can hear me half a mile away if you're listening for me. And I move slow. I'm a really easy target. I'm bright in the sky. I just thought it was a dumb thing to do, but
I have to know they
kind of made it work.
Guy. And the only way to deal with you is a rifle, because I saw somebody was like, why does the Iron Dome shoot them down? Because it's not calibrated to shoot some guy in a lawn chair moving slow as fuck. It's calibrated to shoot those rockets that are traveling super fast at super high altitudes. It's a whole
If
different
they can
thing.
hit a rocket, they can hit a guy in a chair.
Again, they are calibrated for this. It is not Star Trek. Mr. Wolf, set it for paramotor mode. Yes, sir.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
It baffles me that I don't know what they use to catch the rocket. Do they need a really hot running engine?
Well, you know what they say. There's only one way to stop a bad guy with a paramotor. It's a good
Nightwing, dude. If you went over there, like you could teach the Israelis to turn the tables on the repair skills.
I think
the first thing you need to know. This is a terrible idea. You're all going to die.
Are you guys positive? Because you have a bunch of brand new Tacomas. We could take these instead.
It seems like an idea that won't work twice. You know, the next time someone sees somebody in the sky at 50 feet going upwards of 26, 28 miles an hour coming your way, they're going to shoot it.
It's literally like invading via hot air balloon. Like it's insane. That hot air balloon invasion might be a better move because no one is going to expect an attack.
If you look at what they're trying to traverse, though, if you look at what they're trying to traverse, though, like what's better for the money? Because they're going through multiple layers of wire and traps and gates and roads and people who actually give a fuck, and they're zipping over those people in the course of 20 minutes or something. They're just flying over all the obstacles. And, you know, we've seen Woody do his thing. They can take off in somebody's backyard. I was shocked by the payload because I saw two dudes loaded down with combat gear on that thing with AKs and everything. And it's like, damn. Let's say there's skinny guys, you know, 140, 150 pounds. They're still got another 25, 30 pounds of gear. Those things carry 300 or 400 pounds?
I would say 500 plus the thing itself.
So you could put a 500-pound bomb on a paramotor.
Well, you need the pilot too. So
you can put
a little guy. You get a little guy.
380-pound bomb. Yeah.
Dude, you get a child and you put him in there.
I guess you could, yeah.
Can you not remote control it? It seems like that would be an easy thing.
As I know an instructor actually that has a remote controlled paramotor so that if you panic, he'll land you.
What? That's a good feature.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That is better. I would feel comfortable doing it that way. As long as he's good. You know, he's good on this.
Very, very good. Yeah.
I'd want to play a couple of like video games with him beforehand. See how he is.
Yeah. That sounds so scary.
Yeah, it does sound scary.
This guy's very good. He has a thing where he wears these oversized white boots. He's kind of famous for them. And when he launches, he leaves them on the grass. And when he lands, he puts them back on. Like, I couldn't do that.
Okay.
Does he? He lands in his boots?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It's a lot of precision. It's pretty. He does it all the time. Like, it's a thing he can easily do every time.
Growing up,
giant boots.
Growing up in a small redneck town, one of the cool things you can do, and one of the like groups you can be part of is the volunteer fire department. And they had these speed trials, and I've never seen it really done, but so I don't know. But basically, alarm goes off. How quickly can you get your gear on and get in the truck? And they time you so that you can get your, I don't know, good old boy license or whatever. And the move apparently the riskiest of moves was jumping into your boots. Just jumping straight into them. But if you miss, you like twist your ankle and fall on the ground. You're trying to get up and put them on the way you should have from the beginning, and you really only saved 3 seconds. So I remember them talking about that a lot. Man, that seems lame to me.
It seems like the time that you respond, like if you get dressed really quickly, you can do it in 25 seconds? And if you get dressed like normally, 60 seconds, you know, if you're doing it in a hurry, that 20 or 35 seconds extra seems like a very small part of the firefighting operation.
I think it's all they seem to care about. You know, it was getting those boots on as fast as you could, that and just driving around a big old truck listening to the radio.
The reputation that I have from movies and TV is that the vast majority of the time at firehouses, they're not doing anything. But that can't be true, right?
Oh,
like
no, they do almost nothing.
My father-in-law was
be
a fireman. And so I forget his schedule. I think he worked 2 days, got 2 off, worked 3 days, got 2 off, and then just kept repeating. And he's like, it's terrible. It takes a lot of your time. We just want to work 24 hours and have the rest of the week off. And I was like, 24 hours? Wouldn't you just spend your time sleeping? That's what we do anyway. It's fine. That's normal. But anyway,
you don't want me well rested to fight the fire?
Apparently, a
should be
big
well-rested.
part of like getting along with the boys at the firehouse was your culinary skills.
Yeah,
That makes sense. They're all about
for
chili.
the boys.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You need something to keep you spry and light on your feet. Chili.
chili.
Can you imagine a worse way to start the day than chili?
Everyone's shitting
Just
their pants on the way to the
Bathroom
fire.
breaks during the fire all the time.
Yeah.
Now,
It's
Colin
like
had
that.
the same thought with different resolutions.
Yeah. Although,
He's like,
I'll be
my pants.
I'll be honest. This is one of those like I'm too afraid to ask. Do people really shit themselves that much? Every time I see someone joke about Taco Bell, they're like, haha, and then you shit yourself. And I'm like, are you making some sort of diarrhea joke about your bad digestive system? Because
I think it's
I
a
don't
joke.
get diarrhea. Like, first of all, I don't get diarrhea from Taco Bell because I don't know, I'm not an animal. And second of all, like, do you really shit yourselves when you eat beans and things? Because I think there are people who are shitting themselves and think that they're accepted because of some memery on the internet. That's my take on that. I think there are people who actually, I think there are a lot of people out there that think it's normal to shit themselves on a semi-daily basis.
There's the whole South Park episode where they're like, oh, love Chipotle, but hate the blood stains in your underwear. And it's like clearly a joke, but some people take that a little far. It's like,
But you don't have blood stains in your underwear?
Yeah, I've never gotten like grievous shits from Taco Bell.
Stains in my underwear. What the
even
fuck?
horrible food. I don't really get that from it. If I'm eating a bunch of nonsense for a while,
that left blood in my underwear.
I haven't either. Knock on wood. You know that
Every
doesn't happen.
Fucking day.
Every Saturday, Kyle's in that boat. Him and the Firehouse Boys.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought this up. This triggered my memory.
What, pegging?
Yeah, no. This
is a repressed memory.
This thing that happened at Disney, World or Land, probably World. That's the big one. And they're making it out to be another one of those, to be a frivolous lawsuit. They're like, apparently someone received a wedgie injury on a slide and they're suing. And it's like, no, apparently someone got blasted in the ass so hard by their slide apparatus it caused internal and external bleeding, and their like intestines were exposed or something like that. And they're trying, and every story you see, well, not every, because I know what happened. Almost every story is written, woman sues Disney over mega-wedgie on like the super slide. Go this summer to check out the super slide, by the way. It's the tallest slide in North America. And it's like, what the fuck? Her butthole got blown out by your slide. I think
her labia was torn too.
Oh, not the labia. We need that. Actually, could be an improvement.
What was hooking off of the slide that got her?
I've been on the slide, but my understanding is that you're supposed to be on a mat, and maybe she came off it or something went wrong, and it's a ride designed to sit on a mat, and she didn't. I think I have that right.
Oh,
or she came off the mat, perhaps.
Or
I haven't been to a water park in a fucking coon's age, but I think I've only been twice. I bet that was a bigger thing in Jersey or in Ocean City or wherever, right?
Yeah, sure. Ocean City had a couple water parks. And then there were bigger ones out. Yeah, we would. I think
I've been twice. The first time I was like 12 and chubby, so I wore a white T-shirt. Ooh, that's embarrassing. Oh, those are fond memories.
Turns out you look better chubby than you do chubby with a white T-shirt.
Oh, my buddy did the same thing. Yeah. Oh, just me and him.
May as well walk around with like party clackers. Look at my fat tits. Look at me. You and the Hispanic guys.
Plus, I mean, you don't get it right. You're so cold when you have a wet T-shirt.
That one doesn't come to me late at night all day.
Freezing.
You were in I was never a white T-shirt kid in the pool. I don't think.
Just that one time, he convinced me. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna wear a T-shirt, because you get sunburned. And he's like, I use sun lotion this way, and I'm thinking like, I'm also fat as fuck. Maybe I'll just
maybe this will be my thing. Hey, that's Kyle, the long shirt guy in the pool.
Everybody's like, is Kyle Mexican?
Sometimes I wear like a rash guard, a sun shirt. They're tight, meant for swimming.
Yeah, that would be a good move.
I like it more than lathering up if I'm not going to be out there long.
I mean, those sun shirts though is like when you see someone one of those, it's like, oh, that guy has a reason. He's got a plan. He doesn't want to get sunburned. A T-shirt guy is just because they're fat.
Yeah,
100%.
I lost
and
the
it's
weight and
sticking
then
to all
like
the wrong parts.
went to Whitewater like the next year, I think, and it was the same year that they had the diarrhea scandal at Whitewater in Atlanta when the kid just shit himself in the pool and gave everybody E. coli. Just shit in the pool and everybody got E. coli. Bunch of kids got sick. I don't remember if anyone died, but E. coli is like serious business. It can kill you, like if it's the right kind.
Yeah.
And I've told it before, but man, they nuked that whole park with chlorine. And I went the week after the diarrhea incident. My dad was like, you should go to that park. And when we were listening to it, I was like, they just had the diarrhea thing when the kids got sick. He's like, yeah, it's gonna be so clean now. And it was. The whole the eyes were burning.
Eyes are burning, hair's turning green.
Dude, they nuked that place. And it weren't many people there because kids had gotten violently ill the week before.
That's terrible.
Water parks suck.
The ocean used to do that. Like back in the day, when I first moved to Ocean City, it was in an adjacent town, Wildwood. That place was so dirty. Like the needles were washing up on the beach. People were getting rashes and illnesses. They just shut down. They used to dump the trash. I don't know if it was New Jersey's trash or New York's, but the trash would wash up. I had like wetsuits with irremovable stains from like tar balls of something. I don't know what it was, oil or tar, whatever.
It's so gross.
Yeah. It was crazy yucky back in the day. It's so much cleaner now. And dude, trash was a problem in like the 70s and 80s. It was, I would say, half of the drivers, if they ate fast food in their car, would throw it out the window when they finished eating.
That's like, so rude.
I remember
now it's outrageously unacceptable. If you were to see it, you'd be like aghast. This person, and it tumbles all over the place. Imagine a drink with still ice and a little bit of lemonade or whatever. Just go.
It's like my grandmother went to on this big road trip in early 90s, like 91, 92. And they drove to Arizona and they drove to LA. She wanted to see LA. And I remember every time I would watch Terminator 2 with her, Taylor, there's that scene at the beginning where there's trash everywhere on the ground.
Love
that things like coming in, shut the fuck up. And my grandma would like nudge me and she'd be like, Kyle, that's how it is there in Los Angeles. Filthy trash everywhere. They just throw it on the ground.
Yeah. And then Arnold goes, why is there so much trash on the ground in here? What is this, LA? I'm going to terminate all of the garbage too. That's my favorite scene.
I like it.
It's a good one. Hey, I'm going to fight this German guy. I assume the bad guy is probably German. Is he?
No, the bad guy is not German.
Man. What is he?
No. Well, in which
Russian?
movie?
The actor. This is the one that turns into liquid metal.
He's a white man. I would say he's probably like Scotch Irish. And
I can see that. He's got German vibes.
We got fucking phrenology Kyle here. What are his cranial measurements? We need a caliper.
I mean, it's Robert Patrick. Fuck it, Zach. Show me. I bet you that we're gonna do some trivia later. Here's a little trivia for now. Robert Patrick's his name, right? I'm like almost sure. It's Davey from Sopranos that gambles away all the money. Davey, not Eric's college fund, Davey. Not the college fund.
This guy was the worst in Sopranos.
Yeah, just a real pathetic kind of fella crying.
Not a bad actor. I don't mean he's
tremendous in this. He has a lot of scenes where he sprints, and he went to some Olympic sprinter to learn how to run. He has to run like a robot, and so he doesn't want to breathe through his mouth. So he's having to breathe through his nose while sprinting. You never see him take a breath. Of course, you wouldn't know any of this. There's a scene where later on where he's flying a helicopter and he's shooting a machine gun at the same time. Don't show him anymore. He doesn't deserve to see. And
keep showing me. Show me the end.
What you doing? Don't just spoil my childhood.
No, I'll see that eventually. Really for sure.
Yeah,
dude, I'm amazed at this. I looked it up. I had to know. Robert Patrick is the eldest of 5 children, born to Nadine and Robert Patrick Sr., and is of Scott, Irish, and English descent. Jesus.
Damn, well done. Swish. Kyle knows his races.
Robert Patrick from Scott Irish descent.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're a
that's
racist
like saying,
of sorts.
You know when someone it's like if you look at you're buying a cat, you're like, oh, what kind of cat is it? And it's like there's only it's American
Kitty.
short-haired
kitty
cat. The American short hair is code for it's a fucking cat, dude. And so saying Scotch Irish about a white person is just saying he's a white person. He's a white. It's that or Germanic. That's the only two.
There's Germans and English.
That's like it. But yeah, but like by and large, we don't count. Italians aren't white.
Spanish.
Italians are. I have no idea how selective white is. Like, are Jewish people white?
It's up to it's in the eye of the beholder, my friend.
It's in the eye of the beholder.
Why not?
Taylor is looking a little swarthy. I would just.
He is swarthy. He ain't white.
I don't think I'm very swarthy.
He's half white.
Taylor, you just got the N-word pass.
I got the W word pass. I can say WAP. Not even a good one. Yeah, I think you're right. It must be in the eye of the beholder, because back in like the English back in the day, they definitely didn't think of like Southern Italians as like white. But in like comparison, if they were like throwing an Arab in there, they'd be like, "Oh, that guy's white too, probably."
I'm picturing
I doubt that the English like had a concept of white people, even like they knew about black people. But like, I don't even think they were ever like, yeah, whites like us. They were just like, yeah, there's blacks.
Or like those Irish scum. They look nothing like us, and it's people. Like they look almost exactly the same.
I'm a big fan of when TV shows and movies predict the future. Simpsons is famous for it. Star Trek predicted the Irish reunification 2024. Just saying. So be ready for that.
So Northern Ireland and regular Ireland are going to get back together.
The whole and like the United Kingdom, I suppose, under one big beautiful.
Good for them. I hope Ireland gets back to. I don't know any of the politics back there or what's going on up there.
It's one of the few deleted scenes from Star Trek, and I think they only showed it in on BBC maybe twice, because it's an episode about terrorism versus freedom fighting, and how those lines can be muddied, and and just like race, it's in the eye of the beholder.
Mm-hmm. That's what we should.
You brown son of a bitch.
It's all in the eye of the beholder.
With your olive skin, your greasy hair.
With your greasy hair.
With your guinea charm.
And bullied by like 4 black guys held up against a fence. They're going to beat the shit out of me. And I'm like, I'm not racist. I have an Italian friend.
Dude,
is he real Italian? No, he's like an American mutt. Like
he's from Missouri?
Not even close. Yeah, that is so funny. Like people who are like, I'm, Spanish, and it's like, nah, really? Like, there's a lot of mix in there. Like, come on, you're not really Spanish, but either way, kind of good for people to keep a connection with their heritage, I suppose. Doesn't hurt anyone. That probably just means they're spending more time online on like Ancestry.com, which is a hobby that tons of women like.
I know that Mike Perry, who's kind of mixed up in this whole Logan Paul debacle that we should probably touch on because it is relevant. Mike Perry found out he was 2% African American when he ran his DNA. Lots of people are like probably. I'm not. Thank fucking God. But
I'll have to check with my brother. I think we got a little of that in there. I
can tell. I can fucking tell. You're always late.
I am always on time for the show.
Yeah, if you say so. Lie too. See?
Damn, just digging my grave.
I mean, I'm the felon. I got a little in me. So Mike Perry stole my wallet. He's 2% African American.
Yeah, Woody makes me clap when I leave his house, so he knows I'm not taking anything.
Hands out of your pocket, sir. So he uses the N-word freely. He's like with the, no hard R or anything, but he's just like in a friendly kind of way, like, yeah, ninja, yeah. Like he thinks he's fine to say it. The other one is Tito Ortiz.
Good for him.
Tito Ortiz isn't.
White people invented that word.
I saw Tito Ortiz doing an interview. There's this black guy. He's an older gentleman. He clearly has some beef against other black people. He's the right-wing older black gentleman you may have seen on TikTok and stuff. They'll be like, are we supposed to just forget about, what happened to you, the racism, this and that? Did you just forget? He goes, yes. He's great. He's like, yeah, I forgot about it.
Destiny maybe debated him a couple times.
Probably so. Yeah. It's that guy. What was I talking about? What was I going to talk about?
Tito Ortiz and him seem to have
him and Tito were sitting there together, and he was like, Tito was like, yeah, I know how. He said something like, I know how it feels. Look at me. I feel like I'm black. I mean, I look like a gorilla, and it's just like, fuck. But you look at Tito, and he does look like a. Show me Tito Ortiz. Show me just a picture of Tito Ortiz, who's a very white man. What was he? Was the fucking?
I think he's Mexican.
Ortiz. That's a good clue.
Ortiz. Yeah, it's good. But
Tito
what was his fighter name? He's the something city bad boy.
Huntington Beach. I'm close. Huntington.
Yeah, Brighton Beach, something like that.
It's Huntington. I just can't pronounce the word. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. So a big thing happened with the UFC, Taylor. I think that this might bring in some fans like you who are sort of peripheral fans and really enjoy maybe some of the more spectacle fights occasionally, or maybe you're at a place and you're like, yeah, I'll watch that, but you'd never buy.
Yeah.
The USADA, who is the United States Anti-Doping Association, if you ever saw that, remember, did you see Icarus, about the big Russian Olympic doping scandal back in the day, that big documentary Icarus on Netflix?
I have not seen it, no.
Well, in that, this guy, Jeff Nowitzki, is kind of a central figure in it. And he's the guy who's, if not running the USADA, he's definitely like the point man and the face of it publicly, as far as testing athletes and sort of speaking on athlete testing, et cetera, with the UFC. And the UFC's had this big thing recently where they want Conor McGregor back. He's been out for roughly 2 years, healing a leg injury, hit a huge break of his leg, and he's clearly been on performance-enhancing drugs, not only to get big and bulky and fun and saucy and look cool, but to heal the leg. And he's been out of USADA testing that whole time. Now he wants to come back in and fight a fight. They want him in January. That's me talking, because a lot of his fights have been in January, and January's when they traditionally don't really have a lot going on. People don't want to fight in January. So sticking Conor McGregor there, like they did when he fought Cowboy, or like they did last time he fought Poirier, they get this huge bump in the numbers to begin the calendar year, because he's either 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 of the top 10 pay-per-views of all time. You're talking about like over 1 million buys at $80 a pop on an already subscription-based service. So it's huge money. It's crazy. He wants to come back and fight, and they probably want him as soon as possible. But USADA has a rule: you have to be in our program for 6 months. Give us a blood sample now, and at least one more, and then in 6 months you can fight. And he's been in a dispute with them over this, because he's saucy, and he just finally signed the thing. Like, yeah, I'm in. I don't know that he gave them a sample. He says he did. It's foggy. But the next day, like October 7th, he gives them the sample or signs up or whatever. October 8th, USADA announces, we are no longer partnered with the UFC, despite good talks in May about continuing our decade-long plus service with them. We will be parting ways because of X, Y, and Z. And it's clearly because they don't want to put up with the nonsense of Conor coming back, because they did it once before back in the day, and they allowed Brock Lesnar to come in, smash Mark Hunt without testing. They tested him after the fight. He's hot as a fucking ember.
Melted the cup
because he's a monster. Mark Hunt, on the other hand, eats all that punishment. Bullshit. Then he just recently, and I mean like last month, Mark Hunt lost the lawsuit about that. And that goes back years and years. He just lost the lawsuit. So USADA's out. So now, as of January, the UFC doesn't have a dope testing league, so just roid up. A lot of people are saying that on Twitter. Fighters are kind of joking about that. The question will be, isn't if there will be a testing organization, because I'm sure there will be. It's whether they go with VADA or they go with something that's made up. VADA is something people know about. It's already established.
I've heard of VADA, but I don't think I could be wrong, that it's an organization that tests people like USADA is. I think it's a set of rules. Like, it outlines which drugs are bad and things like that. And it's like, you can do a VADA style test, but I don't think VADA administers tests like USADA.
I heard it spoken of the way I'm describing it, but I don't know anything about it. All I know is the GSP thing back in the day, where he asked for VADA testing in his Johnny Hendricks fight, was denied it, nearly lost the fight, and retired after because he was salty about the whole thing. So yeah, I'm excited because I don't give a fuck about steroids. I think that everyone should just use them. They're great for healing. They're great for longevity. And these are guys who get beat up and cut and just have to work out and learn so many techniques, and just to be doing boxing on Monday and jits on Wednesday and running every day and fucking weights and technique, and give them some roids. Let them heal up.
So Kyle's made a really good case for how helpful roids are. It is unsafe to get beaten up by somebody on steroids. It's
unless you're also
more unsafe. Is it more unsafe than just getting beaten up?
Yes, I would much rather be beaten up by a regular person than one who's jacked like that.
You want to fight Taylor for 10 minutes or me for 20? You're gonna take the beating either way. In this imaginary scenario, we're both better. But
yeah,
but it's gonna take me 20 minutes to beat you up because I'm not as big and strong as roided up Taylor. Taylor gets in there, he's like, bop, boom, you're out. But I'm
used to the
deep waters. I'm all natty.
Faster.
We're going 5 rounds, deep waters, ground and pound, elbows.
So in this scenario, Taylor's on roids and you're all natty. You understand my confusion?
Yes.
Yeah. No, you're right. Look, the point would be Duke can hit harder. He's going to generate more newtons of fucking ass whoop to put onto somebody's brain.
Like if you told me that you were using steroids in baseball, I'd be like, oh, okay, like they should just have even rules, and it's still a little dicey because that means you can't be a baseball player unless you do steroids.
Yeah.
Because now you have to do this drug, which potentially maybe at a level that's not good for you anymore to play this game. And it's like, oh, if you want to be in our league, you have to take these risks. And it'd be nice if that wasn't the case. But at least in baseball, you're not hurting each other. If it's a punching and kicking and strangling sport, and now they're on steroids, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm buying the pay-per-view, but I'm not sure if it's right.
Do you watch that YouTuber? He's like the counter. He's the guy with the white dude with the beard and
Luke Thomas or something. Really boring.
He's like on a webcam, just like talking. He's great. That guy convinced me that the UFC allows their elite to juice, and they basically have the best of both worlds. They don't let it run rampant, so you get like TRT, Vitor, just brain damaging everybody, and like 3 or 4 or 5 of those in every weight class. They just let their creme de la creme, like the Israel Adesanyas and the John Joneses and probably the Khabib Nurmagomedovs and like people like that, and Conor McGregor clearly, you need some? Oh, would that help you out? Oh, we look the other way. Man, you do make us a lot of money. They're not going to spend money to help some middling guy who's getting 10,000 to show, 10,000 to win, which I think they pay lower than that still to some people.
This does sync up with everything I've observed. I just haven't really put it together like that. For example, John Jones literally tested hot, right? They tested and they're like, this is just like kind of like a rebound steroid from that time we caught him on steroids 6 or 12 months ago. So
I think they have an agreement now.
Steroids. Okay.
I think they're running a scam now where when they test people, when their stars test positive, they don't announce it and they keep it a secret. I think that Khamzat Chimaev, who was fighting anyone and everyone at 2 weight classes 1 week after the other, tested positive, and he just took a year off. He was doing what I was describing. Anybody, everybody, 170, 185, I don't care. Yeah, I'll fight this week. I'll fight next week. Anybody, I killed them. Allahu Akbar on 9/11, by the way.
Did you say that?
That was the last time he fought, 9/11. So it's been a year and a month, plus a month, 13. Now a suspension is over because he tested positive, but nobody wants to talk about that because it's bad for business. And I bet it happens all the time. Anytime you see some guy take a fucking year off, Colby Covington.
Isn't Leon Edwards kind of there?
He fought not that long ago, I thought, but I think he's scheduled coming up. I'm a little blanked out. I have a hard time following the scheduling because they go back so much. They just redid this whole card. Anyway, that's probably enough UFC. I thought the USADA thing and potentially going into a steroid era in the 21st century in a major sport like this was cool. Like I like it won't happen.
I enjoy watching UFC, but I'm that kind of fan you described where if it's on somewhere, I have some friends who are very much into it, like you guys are. And so they'll be like, hey, come over Saturday night. I'm having people over watching the fights. And I'll always go do shit like that. But I'm never watching I have to ask so what's this guy's story? This 7 foot tall Russian guy, what's his deal? And they're like, well, he's an enormous Russian that beats people up. I'm like, all right, well, I inferred that. Is Is he gonna win? Is he gonna win or lose against this other guy? Oh well, the other guy's got the hands, but this guy is also a 7-foot tall Russian. So yeah. And then I saw the Russian guy beat that guy up, and then I saw the fat Samoan beat up the taller, fitter guy, which I thought was great. That was a different fight, but that was good. Those guys who do the black tattoos in the love handle area, they're not fooling anyone. Yeah.
Kyle,
I remember that.
Before Kyle was as knowledgeable a fan as he is now, he really liked, who was the fat Southern
Big Country.
Big Country. Roy Nelson. Yeah. I think Roy Nelson, Big Country. He had
his belly.
He had a big beard that like came maybe not quite nipples, but like almost.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an ugly, scraggly, like what was it, Duck Dynasty looking thing.
It was
all
event.
gray. And I think that he was the first guy to catch Kyle's fancy that I can remember.
I remember when that guy got big, and like my friends that were in it at the time being like, "You can't knock this guy out. Just look at how much punishment he can eat." And I was like, "Yeah, this guy, you can hit 100 times in the face, and he was okay."
I don't remember if he won the Ultimate Fighter, but I remember him knocking Brendan Schaub the fuck out. And then rubbing that belly. He got bigger. See the beard.
Yeah, this is not like a prime picture that
he got bigger. So
he had a gut like a Buddha.
Yeah, I went to Woody's house and watched my first pay-per-view ever, and it was John Jones, Chael Sonnen, and I think this was the co-main event. Not this fight right here. I don't know. It might have been, but that looks like the Reebok era. It's more likely this was the version of him I saw, because this is back in the crazy logo era.
So this beard is crazy. Dana White.
All of his gloves.
But I remember him being way fatter. Even this, he looks kind of young. Towards the end of his
that's when he looked good. When he's got the mullet. See, that's the kind of guy who could be popular now. I think the
I like that. What was his name? Is he like the mechanic?
Roy Nelson. He's retired.
He's still fighting. He's just
Big Country.
I don't know where he's fighting now, but he's still fighting. He doesn't look good anymore.
Yeah. Well, did he ever look good?
I mean, you wouldn't want to step in the cage with him.
No shit. Like, obviously, like no shit. Like, I don't want to step in the cage with any of these people.
There's the gray beard.
Yeah, but
the thing is, his opponent.
But I mean, in the same
like
way, he wouldn't want to. He wouldn't want to play Magic the Gathering against me. So tit for tat. You know,
Really?
He's 6 in one, half dozen in the other.
He's a professional fighter. I'm a gay nerd. Like it's equal part. I just watched the clip. He beat the shit out of Brendan Schaub.
Yeah,
it wasn't even like a full power punch, and it.
I think Brendan Schaub doesn't get his due. Like, he was a top 10 guy. He beat Crow Cop. He wasn't consistent enough to really be a title contender, but he was a professional fighter.
The trash he gets about that has nothing to do with how good of a fighter he was or wasn't. It's all about like the hate for him because of other things and a myriad of other things that he's done and said, and patterns of behavior that have been noted, and just they really hate him. They're
right about everything they say. Like, I get that. I acknowledge it. All the criticisms they have are real. They're not. I don't see them often making up things. Instead, they're providing video evidence of him. Like let's say a really cool thing happens, right? But you're not the star of the story. This guy did something amazing in reaction to that guy, or this guy had a really snappy comeback, and he tells that story of something he saw. And then the next time he tells the story, he's the main character. He's the guy who said the clever thing. And they catch him in lies like that. But that's not enough to make me hate him.
Yeah, it is those. He has the stories where he said, I saw Dave Chappelle vaping. And I was like, that's just, or smoking. I was like, oh yeah, you should vape. And he's like, yeah. And he threw his cigarettes away and he switched to vaping right there. Or like, yeah, Floyd Mayweather just approached me. I wouldn't have talked to him and bothered him, but he came to me. And he was like, you that white boy who works too much. Yeah, that's when I realized. And he's like, yeah, that's when I realized I was working too much. It's just like all of these self-serving stories. He has like 4 where celebrities approach him and say ridiculously complimentary things to him, and then like walk away, and some like it's a movie or something. It's something he's making up in his head. It's like, yeah, and then this guy said that to me. He's like, yeah, you're that guy who kicks ass, does comedy. No, none of these stories are, and the whole thing about asking the lady comedian or podcaster or whatever, the Trugwog, and all that stuff. And it's you
I
don't
don't
know
know that. This one.
he's a married guy, and I think he like propositioned some podcaster comic ladies like come to my truck and suck my dick, basically. But the way he talks, because he's got a little bit of a thing, the way he pronounces words, they call it the trug wog. Can I wog you to my truck? And and the idea is like he's trying to get her to go out there and suck his dick, and then she told the story and hinted around about. She's like, yeah, there's this ex-UFC fighting Mexican podcaster who's friend with Joe Rogan. I don't want to
could be anyone. Yeah.
But he's a fucking like philanderer creep who tried to make me suck his dick in a parking lot, and he does it to everyone. And it's just, and then there's just tons of stuff they have dislike for him. But as far as his UFC career, yeah, he was fine. I don't want to get in that fucking cage.
No,
I don't get in that fucking cage. Every time I'm watching, if I'm with someone, like a girl especially, I'll be like, this is the worst job in the world. Like look at this. Like we're watching the undercard, that third fight of the night, some guy you've never heard of fighting some guy you've never heard of, and he's just getting his brains bashed in on the ground for $8,000. It's like
$8,000.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It starts around there, 8 to show and 8 more to win.
Oh my
So
God.
if you lose,
I think professional soccer players make more than that.
If you lose, here comes
That's a huge sport.
No, like
I think Formula One drivers make more than that.
I should have said American professional soccer players. Obviously, the European ones are raking it in.
I imagine they do.
You get that $8,000, you lose, and now you have taxes, obviously. But then you've also got employees, right? If you ran any kind of a camp, you've got coaches and perhaps a nutritionist. This is your job, by the way. So the last 6 weeks when you were doing nothing else needs to be financed by this. And your next 3 to 4 months plus another fight camp as well, $8,000 after taxes, coach, rent, like everything. Like it's the worst job in the world.
I remember Ronda Rousey was fighting someone, and you got to see like UFC used to do these like behind the scenes documentaries leading up to the fight on how they train. And there's Ronda Rousey with like her dedicated coaching team, or striking guy, this guy, that guy. And she's just working at it like full time. And then her opponent is like a CPA, training after work. It's like doing her best. She's just like in a gym, like it's 80% guys.
Mark from accounting holds my pass.
She just did like what I
can
did.
do
like,
it.
After work, she'd go to a gym, and like she's not the center of attention like Ronda is. She's just a part of a bunch of guys.
And she's fighting a former Olympic athlete being trained and cultivated and juiced up. Ronda was on something by like a whole crew of people. When she got chubby cheeked, that's how I knew. I was like, she didn't used to look like this. She used to be all sexy. She was on some Anavar or something. They were thinning her out. She at some point, and she looked powerful. She would throw those bitches. She put them in that judo headlock throw thing, that trip, and just wah! And
Judo is
30-pound bitches would go flying.
Judo is a cool form of fighting, like throwing
judo?
People around, and I don't know, like it's so novel compared to the.
I
other
like the
ones.
one where you like flip their arm like over your the movie one.
Like it makes sense though that like you have to be in a judo contest to do that and like make it work, right? Like it's not, nobody's in the UFC that's just in like that just is a judo master, right?
Not
like
anymore.
Ronda Rousey.
Yeah, Ronda Rousey comes to mind, and Cairo Parisian comes to mind, but the point still stands that they tend to be wrestling base is a huge one. Some BJJ, some Muay Thai, but not a lot of judo.
Wrestling makes sense.
Seems like the way they blend martial arts together, that if there's anything judo based, it's like, yeah, twist your ankle like it's judo. Yeah, like a judo throw, but grab the ankle instead. Or oh yeah, it's like a judo throw, but get a gable grip instead of the gi. Or like I'm sure there's stuff like that. But because everything is kind of melded together to. It's like, why would I go by jujitsu rules exactly if it's more better to use a shoot boxing technique or a wrestling technique or just grab him? Why are we don't spin, grab? You know, everything's melded together at this point where it's getting pretty streamlined, where the best guys are wrestlers who can throw.
Makes sense.
When you're a wrestler, I just real quick, I don't know why I'm getting into it. Let's say I'm really good at taking you down, Taylor. That means you can't keep your hands up here all the time to defend yourself. you have to constantly be ready to stuff my takedown, which involves putting your hands by your knees and sort of your goal is to sort of catch me on either side of my head. Maybe you know this already, and stuff my takedown. Because I can threaten with this takedown, and it's a real problem if I get one, you can't defend your head like you wish you could. So a lot of wrestlers with mediocre boxing have effective boxing because their opponents have to respect the takedown.
And some of the best,
that makes sense.
And like the best in the world are feinting that. They'll get a read on you. They'll go for that. They'll shoot for that takedown 3 times. Maybe they get one and punish you. And now next round you're thinking, cannot let him put me down again. So they feint that they're going for the legs. So you drop your hands and then they come over the top and catch you, just like Khabib did Conor. And you look like an asshole as you fly across the ring and try not to be unconscious.
Did either of you guys ever wrestle in school?
No.
Mm-mm.
No, I feel like I probably mentioned this on the show a long time ago, but it's the same season as hockey. And so like when you get to high school and everything, like they won't, at least like the real hockey teams I played for, like wouldn't allow me to wrestle and do other stuff because I had more practices and stuff. And so in middle school, I wrestled though, because it didn't matter. So I could do hockey and wrestling at the same time. And I think I wrestled at like 140, like I was either 135, 140. Like big, for right? For a 14-year-old, it was pretty big, like 140 or so, like, and maybe it was 145. And I was like way better at wrestling than you might imagine. Like I took to it pretty quickly, but my coach was like a fucking animal. Like he was one of those guys he was my 8th grade wrestling coach and also my 8th grade history teacher. And he could not care less about American history. This guy didn't give a fuck. Like he very obviously didn't care. He was there to coach wrestling and he made that clear. Like he would call himself a coach who teaches. And he was like a collegiate wrestler. He was very good, I guess, or at least that's what he said. I never looked into it. But before my first meet, he took me aside and was like, Taylor, I scouted out the guys you're wrestling against today. Some fatties, couple of fatties. and like I was not fat. Like I was a pretty built 14.
So you're at one. So you should be at 140 and you've got guys who are too fat to be at 40.
Yeah. I was like probably 145 ish, like 5'10", like a pretty
that
like,
sounds like
these
so
guys
much fun.
should be 120, but they 20 pounds
should be 120.
Yeah.
And like, but he's like, they have some good technique or something led to that. And he's like, Taylor, this is what I want you to do. At the start of every match, your hands are like this. I want you to throw your right forearm and hit them in the collarbone as hard as you can. And like this, like shoot my arm forward and slam into them like that. And I was like, and in my head, I'm like, is he telling me to cheat? I'm like, real? Like, because we did not go over this in practice. we went over.
I don't do this to my teammates for some reason.
Yeah, don't do it to my teammates. We single legs, double legs. Like we did all that stuff doing the goofy wrestling exercises. But he was like, no, I want you to hit him as hard as you can in his collarbone right off the start. And I was like, okay. And it was my first wrestling match. My dad, my mom were there. I think my younger brother was there watching. I was one of the first on our team to go up. And the first guy was like definitely shorter than me, stocky, not fat, like a little fat, I guess, but like looked like a strong kid. And in my head, I'm like, I hope I'm able to get the jump on him. But I was, because it turns out no one else was telling their kids to hit collarbones with forearms as hard as you can. And
he didn't know the technique.
He didn't know. And so I like off the start, they go like doop or whatever to start it. And I like take a step and with all my power slam my whole forearm bone into this guy's like, and there's a little bit of a hammer arm to it because I don't know what I'm doing. I've never practiced this before. Not a way over the head thing. Definitely not. But like
came out karate.
I came out and I hit, and he told me, he's like, hit him with your forearm. You're not punching, your forearm hitting him. And I dropped this kid like I've never seen shock in the eyes. This kid did not expect to get belted like that. And I hit him so fucking hard that immediately I took him to the ground and like he was still in like shock and I pinned him. Like it's wrestling. It's not like whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like you
might
you
have
get
KO'd
their
him.
arms. I pretty much KO'd him, and like I won super quickly. All my teammates on the bench
Were
were
their
like,
parents booing or anything?
yeah, no, nobody was booing. My dad was like so proud that I beat the shit out of this kid, and it's a wrestling meet. So I had like, so I beat the shit out of that kid, and I won very quickly. And then I went back and waited for my next match, and then I went up and, or then my coach came over and he was like, Taylor, that was perfect. That is exactly what you need to do. And he's like, Taylor, next round, I want you to take your forearm and hit him in the collarbone as hard as you can again. And at this point, like I'm like feeling juiced up. I'm like, man, I'm feeling good. I'm good at wrestling. And so then I think I wrestled 3 times.
I'm gonna need a name.
The second guy was actually like my size, leaner, but he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready to be assaulted by another 14-year-old. I hit that kid so fucking hard in the collarbone. That one took a little bit longer, but I still took him down. Like you haven't, I'd never been in a physical conflict where I could see fear in the eyes of someone I was in combat with. And I dominated this kid. I'm like high on my own supply. I'm feeling great about this. Now, my second wrestling meet after this, there was this big Asian guy who knew what he was fucking doing. He got cliff notes on my only move, and he like did a bunch of actual wrestling and beat me. But this first meet, I went back. I was now 2-0, I believe. And then I had one more. And the last guy was this kid who had no business fighting me. Like he was a head and a half shorter than me, a little butterball. We're both 14, but this kid, if the first 2 guys were layups, this guy was like a fucking play school dunk, like on a 3-foot plastic hoop. Like that's what he was. And so the way it works is we walk around to the side, and we have to stand by the like judges table while we're waiting for the match before us to conclude. And I see this other kid, this little butterball walking up, and he's like, hey. And I'm like, hey. And he goes, I saw your first matches. I'm afraid of you. He told me, he said, I'm afraid of you, which got me being like, yeah, you should be, bitch. I'm going to, guess what?
Wow.
I'm like
Taylor was a monster.
No, I didn't say I didn't say that out loud. In my head, I was thinking, I'm trying to hype myself up in my head. I'm like, yeah, you should be. I'm a good wrestler. Not really. And this kid told me he was afraid of me. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Haha. And then we both go in there, and he had seen me do my only move. And so like off the start, I go to hit him as hard as I can in the collarbone, and he retreats. He retreated from the fight. He did multiple jumps back. I have so much energy behind this forearm that I stumble forward onto my hands and knees. And now we're not wrestling. Now we're doing Benny Hill, where I am chasing this fat kid around the ring, trying to get a hold of him. And he has his back to me running almost, he's not even backing away. And so I had to go wrangle this kid in and then do a couple of the traditional wrestling moves that I had learned in order to win that one. The little, reach under the arm and put on the back of the head and push and roll him over like that, which was still easy because he was not in the mood to fight. That kid didn't want to be there. And so wrapped up my wrestling career. My first day, I think I was 3-0 because I didn't lose my first day.
2 or 3 pins this day?
I got 3. I got all 3 pins because once the first 2 guys got clocked in the, they didn't run practice for what if the coach of one school tells their kid to go balls out assault mode on people. It was the most I've ever dominated in a one-on-one sporting event ever. And it only happened one. The next meet, I was so nobody can predict this. My one move. And no, this big Asian guy, he knew what he was fucking doing. He was tying me up, wrangling me. That didn't go well for me. He beat me very easily. But yeah, I felt good.
If you faced 14-year-old Woody, I would have gotten my shit pushed in. You fought at 140?
Yeah.
I don't know what I weighed at 14, but I do know that at 15 I broke 3 digits. So I was 91, 88, something like that.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I was little.
when I was 6 feet tall when I was 15. I know that, and I was like 100 and like I lost a bunch of weight and then got down to 155. But I had been like maybe 165 or something, 170, like around then.
I didn't know what like a good male physique looked like, and I've always had a really big rib cage, but at this point I hadn't like grown into it. I didn't have like deltoids or whatever to make me look like a human, more like a bird. And I was riding my bicycle shirtless, and I've got this giant rib cage where you can see all the bones in it. Oh. And this girl yells out, "Nice chest." And I had no idea that she was mocking me. I'm like, "You like?"
Maybe she wasn't, Woody. Maybe she wasn't. Woody, there's no reason to look back on that and know for sure she was making fun of you. Just pretend like that. Think of that as a missed opportunity. That was love at first sight.
Did she come over with like those xylophone mallets, like ding 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 ding, played it on your ribs, like Looney Tunes?
I was just riding my bike somewhere. I was probably going to work. I don't know, but I had no shirt on, and she yelled that out, and I don't think she really meant it.
That's funny.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Let's jump to ads very quickly. Already over 2 hours, been having such a fun time chatting. This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharaohDistro.com. Attention PKA fans, unlock a 20% discount on everything at PharaohDistro.com. Whether you're a gummy enthusiast, starting with our 10 milligram Cub Scouts and 25 milligram Delta 8 is better, or HHC is better, or aiming for the 100 milligram worms, or even our 500 milligram sour belts for the pros, we've got you covered. For those who prefer to smoke, explore our carts, disposables, pre-rolls, and THCA flower. That THCA flower is fucking real deal, people. It's strong as shit. And let's not forget the DabX Go and our premium dabs. For the holistic enthusiasts, delve into our range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. Just use the code PKA20 at checkout, PharaohDistro.com. Quality you can trust. That's code PKA20 at checkout for 20% off your entire order. PharaohDistro.com, linked below. That applies to the DabX Go as well. We've talked about that before. That thing is incredible. It's the cleanest, easiest smoking apparatus I've ever used. And it's a dab rig, not a bong. And so you're getting uber powerful hits, and you don't need to be ripping it all the time. But the THCA flower joints, I've been out of those for a bit, so I need to talk to Sai and get a couple more of those sent my way. Those are unbelievably strong, the THCA joints. So if you're looking for a very strong joint, smokable, it's like flower joint, obviously. Check out the THCA ones. And as always, the disclaimer with the edibles, please start with the 10 milligram ones if you don't have a tolerance, or the 25 milligram ones at most. If you get something higher than that, take teeny tiny little bites because it's accurately dosed. If you can go into a gas station and taking 150 milligrams of gas station shit and you transfer over to this stuff, please do not start with 150 milligrams of this. It's going to be much stronger, more likely than not, than what you've been taking at the gas station. So start slow with the edibles. You can always take more. They're very, very strong. So if you are a true tolerance titan, a titan of tolerance, go ahead and give the These Fuck 5,000 milligram bag of sour belts, 500 a pop. They're very, very sour and will fuck your ass up. So be careful about it. And if edibles intimidate you, I always say just to get a cart, a vape cartridge that has the HHC or the Delta 8, little guy like that, standard cartridge, screws into all the normal batteries. So start slow if you don't have a high tolerance, and if it's something that makes you nervous, you're like, oh, I don't want to get too high, then don't go for edibles off the start. Go for vapes. That's a better option for a lot of people with lower tolerances. But I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. You guys know yourselves. You know your tolerance level. If you're a 500 milligram king, then be a 500 milligram king. Kyle's a 500 milligram king, and he takes the 500 milligram ones. But I will add this: Kyle is a tolerance king. His tolerance is higher than mine. He has the highest tolerance by far for THC products. And the 500 milligram, one of those for him, fucks his ass up. So don't think we're memeing about how strong this stuff is. Once again, that is PharaohDistro.com, linked below. PKA 20 at checkout, 20% off, quality you can trust, and accurate dosing. So enjoy getting nice and high. This episode also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2023 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part? It's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank you, Blue Chew, for sponsoring the podcast. Again, that's BlueChew.com. First month free with promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. I believe that gets you three doses of it, three chewable tablets. You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it. PKA approved. And I would recommend everybody take Kyle, the resident expert. He led Woody and I to the Tadalafil, which is the Cialis version, and it has worked great for me, Woody, and Kyle. And that's the one that seems to be the most popular one of the three, I think. But
I have no idea what's more popular, and it's the only one I've tried. But I did want to change.
Yeah, I have only tried the Tadalafil too, because you don't change a winning formula. Like you find something that wins, and it's like you're not going to try something else. You're going to go for the winner. So BlueChew.com, PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Check it out. Get a nice, hard, rock hard penis. You'll enjoy it. Your girlfriend will enjoy it. Your wife will enjoy it. Your boyfriend, your husband. Guess what? We don't discriminate. We want everybody to have hard dicks and sex.
Your non-binary lover.
Your non-binary lover with a penis.
Put it in whatever
they might want a hard cock. Yeah, whatever they've got, as long as it's a dick. So get those dicks hard, folks. BlueChew.com, code PKA. This episode also brought to you, of course, by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off this wonderful Willy Wonka style formulation for ejaculation. It's going to work, folks. It's going to work. Look at the reviews. Go look at the reviews. There are tons of fucking reviews about how this shit really works. If it didn't work, we would have made it one pill, and it would have been a total joke. We made it. Look at Kyle's got his fucking fog machine on. She's gonna start hacking and coughing.
He does.
Yeah. BlueChew.com also. Kyle's using the Pharaoh Distro Dab X over there, getting high as shit. So Lock and Load. Check it out. Code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off. But it doesn't stop at the ejaculation increasing supplement we have for you. It also has protein powders, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, pre-workout, essential amino acid powder. There's anything that has to do with fitness and wellness, sleep aids, anything you can imagine that needs to be efficaciously dosed is efficaciously dosed over at Derek's site, GorillaMind.com, linked below. And as we say always, the code PKA and the code Jizz works for every product over there. So you want some high quality protein that tastes great? Use code PKA, get 10% off of that, and enjoy. But also get the fucking cum pills.
This is the new Dab X. This is the room version.
The room version. You're just gonna slowly sink into your chair and be done.
Yeah.
Why do you have that on?
Healthy. It's healthy.
Is it on right now, or did you turn it on?
No, I just gave it like a couple of. I held it for maybe 10
toots.
seconds. And it really fills
like how big is the machine? Is it just like a handheld thing?
Yeah, it was like $40-$50 off Amazon, and then I got some spider webs and a bunch of candles and some creepy shit. I was gonna set that up, but it just didn't look good. I didn't realize you have to really take the fake spider webs apart layer by layer to get something that looks like a spider web. But I don't know. I'm gonna play with that later. I'm not sure how gung-ho I am about the Halloween thing, because I do that thing where I imagine how something's going to be, and then I get there and I'm like, fuck all that.
We all do that. Yeah. Oh, this is a lot of work suddenly.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was gonna be fun and like I'd scare a kid or something and go home, but I don't want to
But
do
I
it
already
now.
am
But,
home.
yeah, but I think the fog machine, I'm gonna try to fog the yard and like have the whole yard be all smoky and foggy because I've got like a whole gallon of this shit. I could fog the neighborhood, I think.
Yeah.
But
doesn't Toby bark at children? Chain him up out in the front.
he hates people.
That's
he hates
scary.
people. Yeah. Yeah. I had a repairman in the other day and he barked at him. I don't think he would bite though. I don't think so.
Was he black? Like when
No.
Lady Bird barks at the black repairman in King of the Hill. But then they find out that the dog is not racist. It's because the dog doesn't like anyone fixing things around the Hill's house other than Hank. Yep.
Here's a little trivia for you, my friend. Who's the voice actor for the black repairman?
The voice actor for the black repairman in that King of the Hill.
I'll give you a hint. He is black.
He is black. I assume that. I mean, I don't know who it is. I know Chris Rock did multiple episodes cameoing with the King of the Hill show. So I would guess Chris Rock, but I probably am wrong.
Yeah, no idea.
No, damn, that's hilarious. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Dude, that's the fun, asking trivia and not knowing.
If I had to guess, I would say Bernie Mac. Because I think I remember maybe it being Bernie Mac. But when you said Chris Rock, I was like, yeah, it might be Chris Rock. So no, I don't know.
Chris Rock is the driving school instructor in that other episode where he plays the comedian driving school instructor. But damn, you got me hook, line, and sinker with that. I know. Dude, I was making, for non-PKN listeners, get on the Patreon, listen to PKN, our bonus show 1 hour a week. I did trivia during our PKN where I wrote a bunch of trivia questions, different categories, one question for Woody, one for Kyle. I was going to do just one question. And then I was like, that's not going to work because then, you would need like your point, I think before the show, you would need like something to write down, like a whiteboard or something like that.
Yeah, so you could just reveal.
Yeah, but that doesn't lend itself that well to audio. And so I was like, I'm just going to have to write twice as many questions. And so I did that. And it was like, it's hard thinking of stuff that's difficult, but not impossible. Like, and also like sprinkling in some easier ones in there or thinking like, okay, this would be easy for me, but you are an adult with object permanence. If people, they don't have the same experience as you. So like this King of the Hill question for you might be gettable, but for them, not at all. Or
I'm pretty good at that.
UFC was a hard one because I was like, you guys, when I asked a couple of UFC ones to you guys, where I was like, who's the all-time winner of most knockouts? Who's the all-time win leader? And you guys both got those very easily. And I thought those were going to be kind of tough. So I went a little harder on the UFC one this time. We'll see if you get that.
Yeah, but, it's weird because I wouldn't say I'm good at memorization, but if I have a passion for something, it doesn't feel like learning anymore. It's more like absorbing. And I have really good recall about numbers sometimes because like the number becomes a sound or like a color to me. I know that sounds autistic as fuck, but if it's I know that Japanese diplomat toured the United States in 1878 because it like tastes yellow, like the number 1878. You know what I mean? Like I can't forget that.
It's odd.
But like stuff that's pop culture related, I'm actively trying to memorize while I watch it because that's the fun game I play with myself. Once you've watched The Office for like the 5th, 6th time all the way through, what are you doing if not preparing for trivia night? Right? Like, so that's all I'm really doing. I really like memorizing little things here and there from all the episodes of everything. I don't know. I like that.
Also,
it's fun.
I'll surprise myself with like hockey stuff sometimes where I'll just like someone will bring up like, oh, who won this award in 2009? And I'm like, oh, well, that's Steven Stamkos with the Lightning. And it's like, how did I know that? What information that was useful got pushed out of my head to allow for me to retain this nonsense? But again, I never sit down and like look at hockey stats to memorize it. I just have fun going on like the page every year and being like, who's having a great season? Oh, this guy's having a real standout season. Oh, this guy's having a real fucking shit show of a season.
I'm really bad at remembering like the last 20 years. Like if you ask me what year a thing happened in the last 20 years, I could be way off because there's something way less tangible about the 21st century and those years. When I was a kid, I had this firm feeling for what the 70s were. The 1970s were such a self-contained era. And then the 80s, I got this perfect idea of the 80s. Like even as I'm saying them, I'm picturing everything that is them, and it's so self-contained. And then the 90s, and then the early 2000s, I guess I remember that like as being a distinctive thing. But the last 10, 15 years kind of just feel like the same thing.
It's like our culture's stuck. Because it's like, what movies are coming out? Well, they're remakes of the same movies, or they're just continuations of the same superhero series from 2005, or like you're right, it doesn't feel distinctly different the same way.
So I have a hard time if you ask me about something that happened in 2015. I have to start thinking, all right, what was I doing in 2015? Like what was happening in 2015? I need like an event from that year that happened that I actually remember to take me back to that period at all. Like I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know what was happening in 2015.
Yeah, I would have to sit there and think like,
I don't know what year I was arrested, and I bet I'd miss by a year or two. Like I'm really not sure. I have no idea.
I thought it was 19. Is that right?
18. No idea.
Damn, we should know that would be such a funny trivia question to put in. When was FPS Russia arrested? And you're like, ooh, this is a brain buster.
I genuinely couldn't tell you what year. I bet. I mean, if I started counting backwards right now, like through like places I've lived, I would use something like that. Okay, I lived that place for the X-Men. I'd have to do something like that. I got to get this smoke out of here. I'm getting nauseous again.
I was just kidding.
Why did you do that? Why? I mean, like,
he's nauseous.
2.5 hours ago, he's like, this smoke is making me sick. And then he turned on the smoke machine again. It's like, what did you think would happen?
Who could have guessed?
Yeah, but think of how much the listeners will appreciate a bad camera for 5 minutes. They'll love it.
Actually,
always crowing.
They probably are. It is funny.
Oh yeah, they probably will laugh at it. He's gonna be vomiting later tonight from the fucking poison nonsense. Says 10 times on that website, outdoor use.
Great for fucking ice skating rinks.
Yeah, you think anybody's like checking to see what they put in the smoke goo, the fog goo? Like, no, they were just like, oh, this shit makes the biggest smoke. And if we say put it outside, we don't have to have it tested parts per million.
It lingers and doesn't go away. You'll love it.
Oh, you'll love it. It's great. Yeah, we were talking about trivia. I'm excited to do a little trivia. We could, I mean, Kyle's 1-0 right now. Bless you.
Avenge my loss, maybe.
You can avenge your loss. I added in this time, because I didn't do it last time. I added in that you can steal points.
Oh.
So if you miss something, and as long as it's not a multiple choice question, you can't steal multiple choice questions because that seems cheaty, because then it's just like you're picking out of 3. But if it's not a multiple choice question, you can steal the points. So
okay,
I think that's going to be fun.
I'm so in.
Pull it up. Let me go back and.
Whoa! Did he do like a slide presentation this time?
He did.
Or is this maybe something Zach made?
I think it's
Zach did it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Zach confirming that I did this. You're all very welcome. For my heart.
I like it. I got excited.
No, Zach did this. Thank you, Zach.
Zach did this. Big shout out, Zach. Thank you very much. In the future, we're going with Taylor's Trivia Titans, but this is good for now because I want to be able to call you guys my Titans. All right, Woody. And I'll ask that you let me read the question for the listeners before you answer, and any non-multiple choice can be stolen by your opponent. And I love the picture, Zach. You killed it. Woody, in the season 4 episode, Mr. Plow, what is the name of Barney's rival snowplow business? Is it A, Dr. Plow, B, Plowmen, C, Plow King, or D, Mr. Snow?
C, Plow King. Final answer.
That is correct.
Yeah, it is.
There we go. There we go. All right. Love that.
All right. I gave him 2.
He did give you 2, so I'm going to give him 2 points on that one.
Kyle 0.
All right, Kyle. In the season 5 episode Cape Fear, what opera does Bart trick Sideshow Bob into performing in order to escape? Is it La Boheme, the HMS Pinafore, Don Giovanni, or Tosca?
Well, of course, Taylor. It's B, HMS Pinafore.
Correct. That is correct. I knew you'd know
The
that.
We grade on a scale.
I did. Even after like writing the questions, I went back and I'm like, damn, this one's way harder. But you got it. Woody, which of the following years corresponds with the fall of the Western Roman Empire? Is it A, 510 AD, B, 867 AD, C, 476 AD, or D, 397 AD?
AD, you say?
Yes. And it's encouraged, Kyle, to try and throw him off the scent if you think he's getting close to the correct one.
B, 867 AD.
False.
Ooh, that's incorrect.
I literally
That's
thought it was
incorrect.
right.
It is 476 AD. 476.
No chance
That's
to steal there, I guess, because
no chance to steal because it's multiple choice. It'd be too easy. I'm making up the rules as I go along. We'll figure it out. Kyle, which of the following years corresponds with the founding of the Roman Empire? Is it A, 27 BC, B, 103 BC, C, 81 AD, or D, 149 AD?
149 AD?
Ooh, incorrect. I thought you'd get it because you've been watching Rome. That's 27 BC. That's
I would have
A.
guessed.
Oh, no, AD. No, I did not. Of course it's not AD.
I was like, didn't he kill Jesus?
Oh, no.
150 years after? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, was it 27? Because I would have said 103.
It's 27 BC.
Okay, I'd have gotten it wrong either way. I clearly knew it was BC. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter.
I had a coin flip, but I was wrong either way.
You guys dominated UFC too easily, so I had to go a little harder. Woody, in 2011, John Jones defeated Quinton Jackson via submission. In what round did the fight end?
I'm not really sure. I'm going to say third.
Third. Incorrect.
Fourth.
Kyle, chance to steal.
I just watched something about this fight.
I feel like this is a multiple choice question.
Were Rampage's shorts red?
Ooh, I don't know that.
So I feel like this is a multiple choice question too. So let's just not give me because there's 5 rounds. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
So,
Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4 or 5?
Yeah.
It's like it's not 4.
yeah.
well, I didn't think that through. It was 4.
There's 4.
Yeah, I would have guessed lower than 3. So again,
Okay.
but no worries.
Kyle, in 2009, John Jones was defeated by Matt Hamill due to illegal elbows. In what round did the fight end?
I take issue with the question. It was deemed a no contest, of course.
I framed it that way to troll you.
I'm guessing it happened. Let's call it the third.
For the record, I would have said second.
It was the first round. The first round that he missed that one. All right, I got to go easier on the UFC ones then.
I mean,
Woody.
rounds things happen. It's hard.
This now discontinued energy cola was known for a red and white can with the tagline "Twice the caffeine."
I'm actually not sure. Is it Jolt?
Holy shit! Yes, it's Joel.
All right.
Yes, he's talked about enjoying Jolt Cola.
Yeah. Well, you get your own energy cola. Kyle, this now discontinued energy cola caused controversy with its name and branding.
Ooh, I know it.
Is it cocaine?
It's cocaine.
Yeah.
All knotted up at 2.
What a
right.
ridiculous. I remember I've had a can of cocaine.
Oh, those are good questions. Woody, Rod Brindamore played for 3 teams in his NHL career. Which of the following is not one of them? The St. Louis Blues, the Carolina Hurricanes, the Detroit Red Wings, or the Philadelphia Flyers?
Brindamore was a great player, so I'm going to say A, St. Louis Blues.
Incorrect. He played for the Blues to start his career. It was the Detroit Red
know
Wings.
that.
The Detroit
All
Red
right.
Wings. It's all
At
right.
least
I gave
put in a Blues dig.
and 1 point deducted from Kyle. MLB pitcher Greg Maddux played for 6 teams in his career. Which of the following is not one of them? The Atlanta Braves, the LA Dodgers, the San Diego Padres, or the New York Mets?
Was it the Dodgers?
Nope, he played for the Dodgers. He'd never played for
Padres.
the Mets. Never played
What?
for
I
the
could
Mets.
have I'm picturing him wearing that Mets cap. Okay. I
Oh my
All right.
gosh.
can see him wearing it. Blue and
Picture
orange.
here. Woody, this German dish contains probiotic properties.
I don't even believe in probiotics. Are they proven by science? I'm going to guess sauerkraut.
That's correct. Sauerkraut. Oh, Kyle was eager for the steal on that one. Unfortunately, Woody's too quick. Too quick. Kyle, from what type of fish is lox traditionally made?
This seems like a Kyle question. He doesn't know, huh?
Fuck.
Lox. You know, maybe don't put a picture of it in.
Sardines? Sardines?
I want to steal
Chance to steal.
salmon.
Salmon. Woody is correct. Smoked
I
salmon.
can see it in the
is what
picture.
lox- That's what there's salmon in the picture.
What do you need? The swimming form of it?
Wait,
Yeah,
I don't
this
understand.
one-
I don't understand the question even. Like
Here, go back.
what
to
are
lox.
lots? So like
Lots
that's like
is-
a bagel with salmon. Aren't the lots those little green things?
No, those are capers.
fish.
Lox is the
Okay, those
smoked salmon that goes
Lox
on
is
it. Like
smoked
lox is the
salmon.
dish, and it's made with smoked salmon. It's like a Jewish dish. It's good. I like smoked salmon, and the capers are nice too. But yeah, now you know. I thought those were layups. I thought those
We
were
should
easy
just
ones.
stop now.
Stop the count. Yes.
Stop
All right.
the count, right?
And this one, like this next category, is a little subjective because it's my preferences. Woody, what is the worst condiment? Is it ketchup, mustard, mayonnaise, or hot sauce? And now this is my preference, and I've written these ones down, so I can't be accused of switching last second. The worst.
Taylor's idea of the worst condiment. I remember we had a conversation. Mayo, mayo.
That's correct. Mayo is the worst condiment out there. All the other ones are all right there. That's another point for Woody. Woody running away with it. Kyle, which of the following ships is
So much harder.
It's because I was writing his
For
question.
those of you who are listening, he's got a huge array of chips. Okay.
Well, he added none of the pictures
There's
had anything
only
to do with
4 in
me.
this
He
thing.
added
Doesn't
all
matter,
these
huh?
pictures. So, which of the following chips is worst, according to me? And we talked about this on the show. Is it
did we?
Pringles, Ruffles, Lay's, or Cape Cod?
I'm gonna say Pringles.
Pringles is correct. Kyle's back in
Yeah.
the game. We hate that. And you could have.
Can
phoned
I
a
say
friend.
again? Trick question for the second time. Pringles aren't chips.
Are they? They're in the chip section
They're
of the store.
compressed potato shavings.
Pressed peanut sweepings. Yeah, they're yeah, that was correct. 5-3. Big one there. I don't think there's any more subjective one. I love the random ass photos. Woody, George H.W. Bush lost the presidential election in 1992. Who was his vice presidential candidate?
Oh
It's
my
the
gosh.
politics section.
I'm going to know this. Oh, Dan Quayle.
Dan Quayle, Woody with a swish. We
I
call
was
him
like-
the genius.
Did you know it, Kyle, easily?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
you
had to
did?
think about it.
All right, Kyle. Al Gore lost the presidential election in 2000. Who was his vice presidential candidate?
Oh no.
I thought these were pretty
Okay.
even.
Yeah. Yeah, this should be Al Gore. 2000. George Bush and Dick Cheney. Gore. I'm not gonna get it. Oh no.
Do you want to phone a friend?
Yes.
All right.
Taylor.
See, this is tough. I gotta
Taylor,
go
I'm doing a quiz show, and it's clearly been fixed. And I was wondering if you could.
I'd like to steal.
All right, I gotta give some answer. Was it who Al Gore lost the presidential election?
Yeah, you gotta
Who
give
was
an
his
answer.
vice president candidate? Whoa. It was the Jewish guy. Lieberstein?
I'm going to go with Joe Lieberman because I actually know.
Joe Lieberman is correct. It
I
was the
so
Jewish guy.
close.
You know,
were
I'm
close.
gonna give half a point for Jewish. and then Woody gets the other half a point. So it is now 6.5 to 3.5 in the trivia match.
Okay.
All right, Woody. This is the movies section. This controversial Civil War epic was released in 1915. Name that movie.
I don't. Gone with the Wind.
Yes.
Incorrect. Kyle,
Really?
chance to steal. 1915. This is way before Gone with the Wind.
Oh,
It is seen as racist.
Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation. Kyle, up to 4.5 points. That's big. That's big.
That was hard.
Now here's your.
I've never seen that.
I had to see it in school, and it was boring as shit. It was like 4 hours long, and there's nothing but slavery stuff. Kyle, Stanley Kubrick released his 9th film in 1971. Name the movie.
Am I crazy or did Kyle get 2 in a row?
Wait, go back.
Oh,
no, he
he
stole
he
Birth
stole
of a
it. I
Nation.
got mixed up.
Yeah.
I understand.
I should be a better host.
At least I was the only crazy one in the room.
Yeah.
So I guess I don't know, but my guess is going to be I shouldn't talk too much about this because he's about to steal.
Kyle's up to 4.5 points, by the way, Zach.
71. 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Incorrect. We talked about it earlier. It's a Clockwork Orange.
Well, you didn't get a steal though because you gave him the answer.
All right.
You know what? I was about to say The Shining, so I did let it go.
It was for me. It was between A Clockwork and 2001.
That was my mistake. Both of you get an additional half point, so it's now 7 to. It is now 7 to 5. If you can get that updated. Woody, name the arachnid horror that Sam and Frodo encounter on the final leg of their journey to Mount Doom.
I don't. It might start with a B. The name of it. They avoid the name through most of the film. I just don't know. I don't know.
Kyle, chance to steal.
Oh no, I don't remember it right off the top of my head. Unfortunately, I
think it's a girl.
I usually do. It is a girl.
It is a girl.
Shelob.
Shelob, that's correct.
Ooh, nicely done.
Very nice. That's 6 to 7. Kyle clawed his way back from the basement. Now he's in the mix.
How many questions are there?
150.
21. Kyle, this whimsical woodsman is featured in the Lord of the Rings books, but not the movies. Not this guy. That's a Harry Potter guy.
Yeah, I know. At first I was like, Hagrid, this is so easy.
Tom Bombadil.
All knotted up at 7. My God, folks, isn't this a treat to see these two titans bashing one another? No, 7-7 because I gave you both half a point because of my mistake after the previous half point because Kyle got the Jewish part of Joe Lieberman correct.
Okay.
And that's where half a point.
I could picture his bald head and his little face.
His little face.
Yeah.
Woody, according to Worldometers, which of the following is not a top 10 country by population? Nigeria, Egypt, Bangladesh, or Russia?
Gosh.
Not a top 10 country by population.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not A. Nigeria's had a population explosion. Bangladesh is staring at me, but I worry if it's one of those like Singapore has a way higher population than you might guess. Russia's population density is really low, but it's a big country.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Bangladesh is like the trick part of this question. Like he's like, you would think it's Bangladesh, but it's not. I'm gonna say Egypt.
Egypt is correct. Nice. You did. Bangladesh was the tricky one. I was like, I need to put a tricky one in there. Kyle, according to Worldometers, which of the following is not a top 10 country by land mass? Is it Argentina. Brazil? You're locking in Argentina?
Yeah.
Incorrect. Mongolia. Mongolia.
Mongolia was enormous.
I thought it was pretty big too.
Nope, I looked at the
The
list.
others are all
Argentina's
big.
bigger.
Yeah.
Woody. This combat tactic, popularized by the Greeks, features heavily armed infantry in close, deep ranks.
I know Kyle's going to know this.
Kyle's
If I don't
indicating-
get it, he's stealing it, and we're tied again. I want to say that phalanx, but isn't that a Roman thing? For lack of a better answer, I'm going to say the phalanx. I don't know.
That's correct. That's
Nice.
correct. I thought that might be one that Kyle got to steal. Kyle, the English military initially refused the use of this weapon due to the idea that it didn't require skill.
What is the crossbow?
What is the crossbow? Correct. Damn. You guys' military history is excellent. Woody, which of the following states does not border South Dakota?
I'm so
Is it
glad
num-
this isn't me.
You're up
This is the one that's meant to look easy, but it's hard. as fuck.
Is it which one does not border South Dakota? Is it Nebraska, Montana, Iowa, or Colorado?
Colorado.
I forgot the answer. Yes, it's Colorado. Oh, damn. Woody heating up.
I was there like 3 weeks ago.
We need a graph for it. Yeah, I figured give him Woody the Western ones. Now, no, don't show that fucking photo.
I didn't look.
Don't show that. Okay, all right, close your eyes. Why'd you show a picture of the map? Which of the following states does
Next
not
question's
border?
gonna say like B instead of a picture. It'll just say like B cereal or whatever.
That's hilarious. Which of the following states does not border Tennessee? Is it Mississippi, Missouri, South Carolina, or Arkansas? 3 of those states border Tennessee. 1 of them does not. Mississippi, Missouri. I'm saying it again because Kyle has his eyes closed because the picture's giving it away. Mississippi, Missouri, South Carolina, Arkansas.
Fuck.
I feel like it's Missouri because it's further west, but Missouri borders every state. So
Borders a
Oh,
lot of
Missouri touches all that shit. I've made this drive. I made this drive. But Arkansas seems so fucking far away. There's Alabama and then Arkansas. But I know it touches. Okay, Arkansas touches for sure. It's which one does not?
yeah.
Which one does not?
Tennessee-
So you've ruled
okay.
out Arkansas. So Mississippi, Missouri, and South Carolina are the remaining 3.
You were helping him, you silly head.
No, I was saying he ruled it out. I'm not saying that's right.
Yeah, I'll say Mississippi.
Mississippi, incorrect. It is South Carolina. Mississippi directly
Really?
under it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can see it in the picture.
You can see it in the picture. That was
I mean,
Well, he wasn't
the
looking at
pictures,
the
no,
picture.
because I live there. Well, I wasn't looking at the picture.
Yeah.
when I did that, I picked the Western ones, and I'm like, Woody drives out there all the time. These are fair for him. And I was like, I'm gonna pick ones real close to Kyle's home base.
Are you sure that North Carolina, or excuse me,
It's not-
Tennessee does not border South Carolina?
I'm
We can go back
positive.
Do a
to the
quick
picture.
Google. Could you do a quick
Here.
Google
See,
search?
see
Look in
right
the
there, the
right.
bottom right
The
one
bottom
to the
right.
Ah,
That one's South Carolina.
well, that just solves that, doesn't it?
So
I
that's
see that very clearly.
that's 10,
That's so funny.
10 to 8.
I grew up
effort,
right
Zach, but
there.
you showed a picture of the answer.
Yeah, sure. I preferred that. That was funny.
I would
Woody.
love it. What is it called? The movie poster? Like, isn't there a word for that? Like the thing they have maybe at the movie theater in a frame.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
He should have that as this thing's picture.
You should. Woody, HBO released the first episode of this horror series starring Anna Paquin in 2008.
I swear to God, the
True
fix is
Blood.
in, Taylor.
True Blood is correct.
It's he only has like 3 favorite shows.
All right, Kyle, you'll-
Buddy, what color is your own hair?
Kyle, HBO's first attempt at a 1-hour drama series released in 1997, setting the stage for later success of The Sopranos and other hour-long series. HBO's first hour-long drama series. Go
Was it
through
The Wire?
list. Incorrect. It's Oz. The Wire debuted after The Sopranos.
Oh, no chance to steal, but okay.
Oh fuck! I'm not good at this.
It's okay.
Woody, this is over or under or above or higher or lower. That's what I wrote down.
I like this.
The total number of Simpsons episodes, is it higher than 725 or lower than 725?
Wow, it's about 725, I think.
That's why I picked it.
That is how they do higher and lower. I'm gonna go higher because I'm gonna go higher. I don't know.
Correct. It's 752.
Kyle's like, I'd like to steal.
I'd like to steal. Now, Kyle, the number of Supernatural episodes, is it higher or lower than 350? Higher or lower than 350 Supernatural episodes?
I think they did like 20 fucking seasons. Like they did so many. I want to say that it was more than 350.
All right, that's incorrect. It's
like
three. Yeah, you can. Woody with a chance to steal. It's 327. I picked a number like 25 away from both.
Yeah,
to make it more fair. All right, Woody, higher or lower? Years since the death of Charlemagne. 1100
recently.
1100 years. Higher or lower? Years since the death of Charlemagne.
I mean, we're thinking of different Charlemagnes, clearly. Lower.
Incorrect. It's 1,206 years since the death of Charlemagne. R.I.P. Kyle, years since the death of King Henry VIII. Is it higher or lower?
We're in the coin flipping section of the quiz. Really. Higher. It's been more.
Higher, that's correct. Kyle,
big
Kyle's
brain.
better at flipping coins. All right,
this is the specialty round. Woody,
this is so easy for me.
which of the following is not a brand of paramotor equipment?
I've
Air
owned two of
Conception,
these.
Paraflight, Scout, or Nirvana?
B, Paraflight.
Paraflight's correct. I thought it would be harder.
No, it's not at all hard for me.
All right.
All right, fuck you. Not which of these is not a firearms manufacturer?
No, that's someone else.
Not
Which of the following is not one of America's top 5 firearm manufacturers? Is it Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, Ruger, or Taurus?
Taurus.
Taurus is correct. Taurus is correct. That's 10 to 12. 10 to 12. Woody, what type of beer do Hank, Bill, Boomhauer, and Dale drink in the alley in King of the Hill? What's the brand of beer they drink?
I'm trying to cheat. Miller?
Incorrect. Kyle, chance to steal. Alamo beer is correct for Kyle. There we go. There's the bing for Kyle.
Is that a real beer?
No.
Okay.
All right, Kyle. In which state do Peggy Hill's parents reside in the show King of the Hill? Which state do they reside? Number of episodes about it.
Could I pick the city for bonus points?
Wow.
No, is it Phoenix, Arizona? I genuinely don't know.
No, it is Montana. They have a horse ranch in Montana.
Not that I knew it, but you are forgetting about the steel thing.
Yeah,
Yes,
I am
you are.
forgetting about the steel thing.
I did interrupt him. You're gonna want to get him for those.
Yeah, you want to snatch me out of the air for this for the steel ones. Yes, it's 11 to.
Like getting the microphone from Joe. Hey, hang on.
Well, I'm a first time game show host. I'm learning.
You know,
Woody.
Bob Barker.
2 days ago, you're lying.
You know Bob Barker. That was a dry run.
Louis Anderson.
No, you fucking asshole.
You did Family Feud.
Oh, at least I looked like Louis Anderson.
Well, no, but you're the Louis Anderson of game host. That's
Oh, okay, the bad one. Yeah, Woody. What Marvel film was released between Captain America: Civil War on May 6, 2016, and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, May 5th, 2017? There's only one Marvel film released in between Captain America: Civil War and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
I'm gonna guess Avengers.
Incorrect.
was it Was it Ant-Man?
Oh, good guess.
Incorrect. Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange was the one in between those. Kyle,
Okay.
what Marvel film was released between Black Panther, 2018, February, and Ant-Man and the Wasp, July 6th, 2018? Only one Marvel movie was
I remember
released
I
in
was on a
between those.
flight I watched Ant-Man and the Wasp. Black Panther, I was real mad about. That's when I started. Let's see.
That's when I started my
Black
new
Panther,
club.
and then what Marvel film was released between 2018 and 2018? Okay, so it's the first Black Panther. So they're going to put him in the Avengers. So would it have been? Do I need to get the right Avengers movie? I guess it would be Avengers. Would it be Civil War?
Avengers Civil War. No, it's Avengers Infinity War. Avengers Infinity War. I didn't know Avengers Civil War was a movie.
It's not. It's Captain America Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, no
Well,
steal. I'm
Some
kind of
fuck.
screwed over.
Well, you're winning. You're winning.
Okay.
Sorry. Woody, this president signed the Camp David Accords.
Goodness, I do not know. Roosevelt.
Incorrect. Kyle, chance to steal.
Kennedy?
Incorrect. It was Carter. President Carter.
This chance to steal thing is really inconsistent.
Well, I'm giving out half points and shit. So next
I know
time
this
I do
one.
this, I'm going to be very.
I know this one, so I would like the chance to steal.
Well, this is your question, Kyle.
Question, silly head.
This president was
good.
known to hold meetings while shitting, Kyle.
Was it LBJ?
It was Lyndon Johnson.
Yeah, it
would
was
hold
an alpha
meetings while
move.
shitting.
Yeah,
It is an
sit
alpha
right there,
move.
boy, and write this down. I went to Harvard, sir.
All right. Woody, list these countries in order of population, high to low. Germany, France, South Korea.
South Korea, Germany, France.
Incorrect. Chance to steal.
France, Germany, South Korea.
Incorrect. It's the same order that's on there.
they're in.
Germany, France, South Korea.
I knew
So,
South Korea was lowest because they're having this whole like population crisis they're trying to solve with like giving people money to fuck.
Yeah, and they're not giving them enough money.
You're not thinking of
to fuck, I
Japan?
guess.
Maybe South Korea too.
I think the whole world, but I think South
Probably
Korea in
both of
particular
them.
is doing a thing. I know Japan is as well though.
Okay.
All right, Kyle, list these countries in order of population, high to low. Italy, Colombia, Spain.
I'm going to say Italy, Colombia, Spain.
That's correct.
I would have done that too.
You know how I got this one? Let me tell you the secret. Look how many cities are in the country. Look at the population density. It's right there.
Damn, that was good. So what did it finish at, Zach? Was it 13 all?
13 all, maybe?
Really?
Wow, a tie.
A tie goes to
GG.
show how fair
You
the questions were. Okay, as we were going through those, I was like, fuck, Kyle's are harder. It's because I would come up with a category and then write Woody's first, and then I'm like, all right, what's another thing to ask about that? So next time I'm going to go back and forth. Kyle first sometimes, Woody
I
first.
like the idea of these games, and I love trivia. I do like the idea, and hear me out here, of Woody and I both having marker boards that we could write our answer on and reveal simultaneously, thus
that's
doing
fun.
half the questions. And of course, we get some where, Woody, like you'd be like I said, Lieberstein. It'd be funny to watch me misspell Lieberstein and like question mark and like
in parentheses,
I'd draw a
Jew.
yeah. It's like a Star of David and a hastily drawn Jew head. Like, it's like, come on, he looks like Larry David, kind of like.
I like that idea. I will say that if we do that, maybe fewer than 21 questions, because it'll slow things down.
It would speed things up. It's half the questions, right? So we have to do a question for each of us.
Yeah.
So yeah. A little dry erase, and a marker board maybe that could be cool. Pictionary could be fun. Charades could be fun. I love games. I love all the games.
Well, you guys both did great. You're both trivia titans this week, 13 to 13.
Yeah, I think Woody and I both protest the results. Well,
What is your protesting in the results?
It wasn't fair for either of us at any point.
I guess.
Well, I tried.
You did great, Taylor. I had fun, and I thought it was
applaud
funny.
your results. We do.
Yeah, I feel like
I
the
love
ref
the game.
was
I
biased
love the
against
slideshow.
me.
It's because I kept forgetting to do the chance to steal on the first question, and then I would be reminded, and so I would always do it on the second question. All right, that's on me that I didn't abide by the rules of my own game 100%. But also it evened out because I didn't realize how much harder that gun question was than the paramotor one.
Oh my God. I was like,
but wait, I'm not sure that's true. It was Kyle's area of expertise and my area of expertise. I just knew.
What was your question again?
Which of
these is not a brand? I'd have loved that one. Do the same thing, but for guns. You see how easy that is?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Which of these is not a automotive manufacturer? Woody's like, Chevrolet. There's no such thing as
Chevy.
Okay.
What was the hottest selling automobile in 1971? Was it the Chevrolet, the Ford, the Dodge, or the Chrysler?
I don't know. I kind of want to reseed the
buy all that
questions, maybe.
stuff.
Because there was like that.
It was a gas crisis.
Like, Woody, what was the Civil War movie from 60 years before you were born?
I thought that one
was hard.
It's such a famous movie. What
was it again?
It's like Birth of a Nation. It's like a old slavery movie.
I've never seen it, and I only know like the title of it, and I don't know what it's about. I know it's black and white, and people think it's racist. And I think there's a part where maybe the KKK's riding, and they're the good guys.
Yes,
I think that's. I think that's the scene I've seen where like, the KKK's here. They like ride in like the cavalry, and maybe they put like a molly-whopping on some fellow of African descent.
But Kyle missed his movie question too. The 9th Stanley Kubrick film. I thought that was like, if you asked me like the number of a film from the director, I would have no idea. It speaks to my respect of your movie knowledge.
Didn't you give the year in that question?
Because of the year, I knew that it wasn't
71.
like. So that lets me know. Okay, it's not Barry Lyndon, and it's not Eyes Wide Shut, because that's like his first and last movie, or like nearabouts. But I don't know what happened in the middle. I just have to think 70s, and I picture the 70s, like I was talking about earlier, how you imagine a decade. And it's like, he did 2001, like after the moon landings.
Sepia tone time.
Right. Yeah. But Clockwork is the one I wanted to say, but somehow I got drug over to 2001.
So next time we do the little slideshow, Zach, put in bold at the top of all of them, chance to steal. So that I don't forget the rules of the trivia game.
Actually would help a lot.
There's no excuse, because that's kind of.
I can't believe I thought South Carolina bordered Tennessee. That's awful. I live here.
I thought that was a real easy one. I had a little knowledge. I'm like, man, Kyle's are a little bit tougher than Woody's. I'm going to give Kyle states right in his home turf. I didn't think
I live here,
Mississippi. That's right next to it.
I think I've talked about this before, how when I imagine the states that are to the west of Georgia and to the east of Texas, it's just this mismatch of stupid fucking pieces of shit people.
A lot of people do that to the Northeast.
And like up in New England, you can
like
Connecticut, Vermont,
Rhode Island, Massachusetts.
Like Connecticut, Vermont do that like 69ing thing. And I can't always remember. I don't know which one's
You're
north.
Thinking of New Hampshire and Vermont.
Exactly. Connecticut's the big chunky one up there. It's that big bitch next to anyway. Yeah. Down here, I'm the same way. I know what Louisiana is shaped like because it's got character, and it's shaped like an L with some like phalange hanging off or something.
Well, you can remember Vermont is a V next to New Hampshire.
No one's ever mentioned that.
It's the more V-shaped one.
Well, that's permanent. But
that phrasing, yeah.
And I know Alabama's touching us, but as far as Arkansas, I couldn't tell you anything about Arkansas. Like, not a damn thing.
I love those
maybe half a dozen times.
That moment we just had, I love those. Like, Vermont's a V-shaped. Kyle goes, that's permanent. It reminds me in
supinate and pronate.
I was just going to say that in weightlifting. If people don't know, supinate is when you like do a bicep curl, and pronate is when you do it that way. And I could never remember it, and those words aren't like descriptive. There's no root or anything that means anything, but supinate is the one you hold soup, palm up.
Yep.
Permanent. I'll know it forever.
Yeah,
That's good.
yeah.
I want to do more geography questions if they stump you.
Oh, those are that is our weakest. All right, so geography is by far my weakest category.
Yeah,
but when you do
terrible.
populations, it's 100% a coin flip for me. I have no fucking clue how many people live anywhere. Like, not at all. And the size of those places doesn't matter. And Africa can be particularly misleading because you never know if they're the ones that fuck a lot or the ones that starve a lot. Like,
Yeah.
or is it both?
Well phrased.
All right. Niger, are they fucking or starving? What are they doing?
Are you the hungry ones or the horny ones?
Wait,
Yeah, Nigeria is the
fucking
exploding
yeah,
population. Most of Africa's growing pretty quickly, I think. But I don't. Yeah, I didn't pick.
Interesting.
Really
Is Africa the next China? Like a cheap source of labor where things explode? Could be maybe.
I have no
China's
idea.
got that huge infrastructure thing.
Yeah, China's got a lot more.
How much money do they pump into Africa? Like it's like hundreds of billions of dollars worth of infrastructure.
What's it called? It's not the Beltway or the Global Belt or the One Belt Initiative. I forget. I feel like Zach would know.
Yeah,
but that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They're huge global infrastructure like funding
Belt
thing.
and Road Initiative.
Yeah.
I thought the population ones were easy. It's good to know your guys' blind spots for it.
No,
because I was
like I said, if it's like what year did this happen? That's not a good thing. That's not going to help much. That's not going to help much at all. Like I said earlier, like I don't remember what year things happened at all.
Yeah. At all. No memory of what year.
Like nailing down exactly which year. Maybe I can get within 5 years. I can do that with movies. Like, what year did this movie come out? I'll even play that game with myself, as lame as it is. I'll flip through. Here's the game I play. I get on like whatever streaming service, and I'm just flipping through the posters, and I try to name the movie and the year it was made by the poster, like just by the poster, and then for bonus points, like all the actors and directors and stuff. Like that's the kind of trivia that I really like because I can do that really well. If you ask me what year. You show me like a model of Camaro and or Camaro's not a good example, but a model of a car. Or you ask me what year the Steelers won something. I don't know anything about that. It's like a huge blind spot.
Yeah.
I have no idea who won what when.
I avoided most sports stuff, but I purposely was like, all right, Woody knows Rod Brindamore and Kyle. The only baseball player I know he's mentioned half a dozen times is this guy, Greg Maddux. So I looked up his Wikipedia and was like, what teams has he been on? And just listed those.
I feel I'm waiting for Taylor's troll. Like he's Woody.
The Cubs.
Like it's put like Natalie Portman and who's the one she looks just like? Kiara Knightly.
Yeah.
Are these the same people or different people?
That
is a hilarious idea for a trivia. And Kyle's like, Chase the Steal!
Yeah, do movie. Yeah, that's the whole game is Kiara Knightly or Natalie Portman, and it's like movies they did. It's like in the film Domino, she plays a what is it when you a bounty hunter who does a sexy lap dance early on. Kiara Knightly or Natalie Portman. This is a real movie.
Dude, I wanted to write Pokemon questions so bad, but Keira I know Knightley. You guys can't. I would have known Kiara Knightly on that one. I haven't seen that.
She's
movie.
The hotter one.
They're both hot. Which one is it? Kiara Knightly is the one who's in that like old timey. No, it was like early 2000s. It was a movie where like she's running around in like a crop top, like leather band around her, swinging swords and shooting bows and arrows. It's not Natalie Portman. It's Kiara Knightly. Do you remember that? It's like a wartime movie.
What war?
Fucking
Space
like a
war?
European war. She's
war?
like a Viking kind of person. Viking person running around. What the fuck is the name of that movie, Zach?
Are you talking about Pirates of the Caribbean?
No, it was before that.
I mean, that's pretty good. She's swashbuckling and shit. I came up with a Natalie Portman movie where she is a period piece with a sword. I mean, she did the big one with the what do you call it when the Christians go over to get the Muslims? The
Crusades.
The Crusades. She did that one with the guy with the big dick that plays Legolas.
Did she have a sword maybe in Thor?
But I think she just gets like that's not even her. That's Eva Green in Kingdom of Heaven. That's a great movie.
Oh,
with Salah Hadin.
Totally
and,
Natalie Portman.
The fuck movie was that? Because
A
I
Tale of
remember
Love and Darkness.
that came out in like King
what Zach
Arthur.
said.
That's what it was. She played Guinevere in King Arthur. Did you seen that?
Are you talking about like a newish remake of King Arthur?
No, it's
that was shitty?
2004. 2004.
Yeah, that's a shitty movie.
But I remember being like
I wouldn't watch
13, like being 13 and watching her like running around dressed up in that and just being like so horned up for Kiara Knightly. Like
Okay.
being like, oh my God, that's the hottest woman of all time. And I'll never get to have her because I'm 13. And well, not that age was the limiting factor. She's famous and pretty. But
you say that. It was
thing.
my friend was on her Facebook. What's his name? Like you I wish I could remember his name because you'd remember. He was
Jeremy.
a gamer that gamed with us. Not but I remember he like went to a party that she was at and got on her and they like exchanged social media and then he would have
It's not Jaws.
No, it's none of those people. He wasn't a celebrity person. He was just a regular like good looking fella. But he was like, what do I write to her? I have the opportunity to shoot my shot. Like I have her on Facebook. And I don't remember what we decided to send to her.
It was someone I game with. It was
maybe his name was like Matt Ryan or something. His name was like his gamer tag was like just his fucking name or something like that. It was like Matt Ryan or just something like that. This has been 14 years ago, so I'm struggling with his gamer tag.
God damn it! I want to do trivia. I asked today because I was prepared to make trivia for you, and then you were like, no trivia tonight. And Chiz was like, oh, actually, I want to do this whole other thing, and I'll do it all. And I was like, all right, well, I'm hands off then, clearly. And then you come in with the trivia ready to go, and I don't have the champion round. See, I was prepared for Woody to beat me, and I could be like, but the champion round now begins. 5 questions to determine the winner. And I was going to have like 5 for you questions. Two, but I didn't know there was going to be trivia until like 20 minutes before the show, and I had to take a shower and all that stuff. So it didn't. I hope listeners like that. That was fun. I'll do
I enjoyed
a better
it.
job, everyone, as the host next
no,
time.
I thought that was like an 8 out of 10 for job there. You know, like
next time we'll get 9. Next time we'll get 9.
Like a B.
It's a B.
Yeah,
that's solid.
I've had a question forever. What are you better at than 90% of people?
Talking. Like that's
I thought of that
probably the one.
Me. Yeah,
like making people. I don't know if I meet new people, and I think it's important that they like me. I think I'm pretty decent at that. I can be pretty charming. You know, if you meet me the first time, I can do that.
Kyle's an
thing.
outstanding acquaintance.
I like to
outstanding acquaintance.
If I meet a new person, I know what they want to talk about right away. They want to talk about themselves and they want me to pull it out of them in a way. And then when they deliver, they want me to respond the right way. And I think I'm pretty good at that. Like
my daughter has that same superpower. Like, yeah, she goes to a new place, everybody likes her.
Yeah.
As far as like cool things, like I don't know. Like
you know what mine was?
What percentage of people? I'm sorry, 90.
I said
99?
90. Yeah, so top 10%.
Mine was a deer with a bow.
Climbing, like not like mountain climbing, but like climbing a rope or pull-ups.
Dude,
like I'm just.
He's a monkey.
Yeah.
Skill. He has a fucking skill. It's what it is. His lower body is tremendous, and he has that short upper body, and it's just like no work for him. He's like a cinch worm.
They call me the cinch worm.
Every so often, I'm like, you lose out your athleticism as you age, and I'm like, do I still have this? And yeah, that one I'm going to keep for a while.
Yeah, that's well. Good. I think any talent that we have, like automatically, like you beat 90% of the people if you put any skill into anything. Yeah. Like I know you ride bikes better than 90% of the people because
but 10%.
What's the percentage that rides at all?
Yeah,
and then you beat.
We can both ice skate better than 90% of people because there's probably 70% of people who can't do it at all.
I can get across without falling. I won't fall. I will not be going fast, and I will look awkward, but I won't fall, and I will hit a couple of strokes.
You know, get a couple slides.
There will be moments where I'm clearly skating and not hobbling along. You're like, he took a stroke. He's looking to glide, and then I hit another
stroke. He knows the terminology.
It's a stride. Taylor, do you ever skate and you're like, what do I do with my hands? Like it's not that I need a tripod to hold myself up, the stick, but I feel like holding a stick is part of how I skate.
Yeah, maybe because I played goalie, I didn't feel that way. It's just like when I would skate without anything, I would just feel like naked out there. It's like, what do I do with my hands? Like usually I've got a big glove, two big gloves on, holding a stick, a bunch of pads. And then also like skating around as a goalie with nothing on, like your stride, you look like a fucking goober.
And you're
like
pivoting with that weight,
look like
right?
Like you push more laterally with goalie skates, whereas player skates more like that. And so you wear goalie skates out there with no pads on, and you look like a guy. You're the best skater who doesn't look like a good skater, is what you look like as a goalie when you're skating.
I've always everyone says the goalie's the best skater in the team. That's like a thing that you hear a lot. And I'm like, what? He's not the fastest. He can drop to his knees and stand again, probably better than everyone else.
Sure.
But like best skater is hard to define. And I always like, well, like I don't think he has the best cardio. I don't think.
And like it's like small movements. So like stopping very quickly and pivoting back with your whole body, like on the ground sliding, as opposed to like keeping both blades like a player would and jumping back and forth. That's just what I would qualify.
That's always like he's the best skater of the team. Well, he's the best at goalie stuff. The goalie.
Yeah. He is the best at goalie stuff. But like, if you play hockey, that like every once in a while they'd be like practices where it's like, all right, well, we just finished our last tournament and this is one of our last practices. So who wants to play goalie? Like, and someone's always like, oh, I'll be goalie. It's like, all right, Taylor, give Johnny your pads and he can be goalie. And everyone thinks they can play goalie and everyone's dog shit at it. Suddenly they start sliding laterally to the left and they're 8 feet out of the goal, turned around out of position because they didn't dig in correctly on the pivot foot. And it's like, it's much harder than it looks moving that quickly in a small rapid area where you have to be very aware of your angles with the net behind you.
That wasn't the part that made me suck at goalie so bad, but I did suck at goalie. I felt like I could move side to side fine enough. Like that wasn't, but stick handling, dude, an NHL goalie stick handles like a C-level forward. It's like beer league forward. And I was like, I don't understand why goalies suck at this so bad until like, first of all, I'm like holding the stick backwards or something. I have a baseball glove roughly on one hand and like a blocker on the other. I'm like, oh shit, none of this equipment is meant to like shoot a puck. It's terrible at it. It's meant to stop a puck. And, I don't know, moving, him stick handling, stopping it, like all the goalie stuff I was bad at. It was terrible.
That's why you got to specialize in it because it's usually people don't jump in and do a good job. That's why they like had to make a rule for Martin Brodeur because he was so good at stick handling that they're like, you can't do this. Like you can't. If you don't you don't know, Kyle, like this goalie was so good at going behind the net, like, because what you do in hockey is often you dump the puck in behind your opponent's net, and then that buys you a little time to rush in, and then their defensemen are turning around with their back to you, chasing that same puck, and their defenseman, and it's your forwards going in after the defenseman. The forward's going to be a faster forward skater than the defenseman turned around forward, and so basically the goalie comes around to the back of the net and stops the puck behind his own net, and then passes it to someone on his team to prevent the faster opposing team's forwards from getting there first and mucking up the works. And usually the goalies wouldn't come out of their net super far because it was too risky, because they could fuck it up and biff it.
One bad pass and there's an open net.
One bad pass, there's an open net. And Martin Brodeur was so good at it that he would go way out of his net sometimes, way into the corners, everywhere, to grab the puck and then rifle it very, very accurately straight up to a forward and then get like a breakaway or a 2-on-1. And it got so like frustrating for the league because he was the only goalie that could do it consistently that they made a rule called the Brodeur rule, where they added lines to every ice surface that were like, all right, goalies, you can't play outside of these lines anymore. And like every single goalie other than Martin Brodeur was like, we already don't play outside those lines. And he was like, this is bullshit. This is not fair.
It was like cheat codes because he would transform into a defender instead of a goalie.
That's why he was great. Shout out him. He was one of my goalie idols he played for New Jersey.
Yeah. Our favorite show comes back next month, and just I don't know, 30 Short Days for All Mankind comes back November 10th.
It does.
I'm looking forward to it. This is a series you could get on board with us with.
I have a question. How does the releasing work? Will we get 10 episodes, or is it going to do week by week dribbles?
I think it's week by week. Week by week, which is maybe they do that thing where they give you 2 or 3 to lead off. That's always nice. Amazon does that a bunch. I really like that. It lets you dive into a show and get the feel for it, and before you let you know if you like it right away. But yeah, I love For All Mankind. I'm looking forward to the new season. Last season was kind of crazy, and at the end of it, they did a big jump forward in time. Like the final closing scene, I think it's the 90s, and Margot has gray hair. She's like much older.
Oh, I forgot.
And she's in another country, place. And yeah, it's wild. So it's great. Taylor, my favorite part happens in I think the 3rd season. I think there's 3 out now, and the 4th is coming. If I'm wrong, then like whatever the most recent season is, it's the Mars race. It's the Mars race, and it's the way it comes together is really fun. Because you've got these multiple superpowers vying for to get the first person on Mars, and some people are cutting.
I think this is not a spoiler, but it's interesting. It's the superpowers are America, Russia, and a very rich man. All of them doing it their own way. And it's like, yeah, okay.
The rich guy's on the same tier as 2 entire countries. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Just like that wealthy, basically his own king.
Have you not paid attention? It sounds right. Elon Musk or NASA or cosmonauts,
and he goes in and poaches a lot of the NASA people, obviously, because he has money. He can pay more than your government gig, so he gets really good engineers and scientists who have material science knowledge and just kind of steals them by paying them more. Yeah, so. It's interesting, and they have this big race to get to Mars, and they land on Mars.
I watched the first episode of that show. I need to go back to it and watch more.
The first season's probably my favorite because I like when it's just like, fuck, the Soviets beat us. This is so humiliating, and they're all like, no, we're not gonna take this line down. Let's get back in the cockpit, and then they get all them bitches together, and it's like. They're putting together the sexiest group of astronauts they can. I like that. It's a good show.
I like the show more because of some of the things Kyle pointed out. Because we stayed in the space race, technology advanced. So it's like 1991 and they're FaceTiming each other, right? This isn't that's 2016 stuff. I don't know. So I don't think I might not have picked that up on my own, but there's a bunch of little things like that I started looking for, this alternate timeline where we stay in a competitive space race is interesting.
Yeah, what's going to be the next big thing? The way that smartphones, is it just AI? Are we at the next big thing now?
If they could find a fuel source, we'll see the thing that's driving them on For All Mankind, or a big part of it, if I remember correctly, was they find this fuel source is abundant on the moon. Maybe it's helium-3 or something. I don't remember exactly, but there's a resource on the moon that's that's the shit that we turn into the other shit that powers our spaceships. And it's now the moon is just a big gas station for us. And so they're able to advance. And I think they use that stuff on Earth for fusion energy. So they've kind of solved a lot of the energy issues that Earth has. So now they're really able to focus on this space shit because basic energy needs are kind of met by their helium-3 fusion reactors that I assume they have.
Is that how the rich guy got rich? No, that's how NASA self-funds, maybe.
I think it's probably a little bit of both. But again, I haven't seen it since it debuted last year or whatever.
I think you missed Taylor's question. He was saying in real life, what's the next big technology?
Well, I was saying you need something like that. You need you need to be like, turns out there's moon gold. Like something that's worth. If it's going to be up there, it's going to be something like that. If it's down here, what's going to be the next explosion in technology? Maybe AI, but hopefully it's not in a post World War III sort of thing, because we're really geared up for World War III because you've got Iran there right between Russia and Ukraine and Israel, like playing middleman. You've got India and Pakistan who are very much against each other all the time, forever, and they're split on this issue, of course, with China right there playing antagonist there. and the South Sea below them, and then you got the Russians and the Chinese running drills together over disputed waters up above Japan up there. Meanwhile, you've got us funding at least 2, but about to be 3 proxy wars. I think something's going on in Africa, and it's a little scary because you've also got most of Western Europe looking a lot more like the Middle East than Western Europe, demographically speaking. So a holy war might not look like what Western Europe is accustomed to holy wars looking like this time. So we're real close. Just need a couple more sparks.
The razor's edge of World War III. How fun!
That's one of my favorite songs. Walk along the razor's edge.
That is. I'm going to put a trivia about what year was it released.
It's from a Rocky movie, so I'm going to say like 1987.
What question are you going to ask me? the rep is totally against me.
No, it's going to be a picture of the Home Alone kid, and it's going to be pronounce this guy's name.
Spell this
correctly.
name. Make him spell it. Holy shit, I can't spell it.
I don't even know. I kind of know I think it's Macaulay Culkin, but I don't know where one name ends and the other one starts.
For you, it's just like Arab script. It just blends together.
There's
you
an
don't
F
know.
in there somewhere. Macaulay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to do spelling questions because Kyle, are you a good speller? Decent.
I'm a passable speller. I will have these weird brain farts sometimes where basic words I'm like, wait a fucking minute. But I think I'm a passable speller. I'm not high level. But there are some words that I'm better at than I should be. I think it's not. What were we just talking about? Spelling
Macaulay Culkin.
Macaulay Culkin. Is it his last name is Culken? Culkin? Is that it?
It might be. I think it might. I think it's I-N.
I thought you had it in front of me.
Oh no, I don't. I think it's Culkin, but I could be wrong.
He's been acting more, and he was on. He was in a season of American Horror Story as this really creepy. Like vampire, gay crackhead type character. It was real disturbing. In last season of American Horror Story. It was something about there were these vampires that, like, if you drank their blood, you could get talent to do a thing. I don't remember exactly. It wasn't great, but Macaulay Culkin was. I like seeing him do things.
Where do you think World War III is going to kick off?
Probably Portland. Portland,
Oregon.
Yeah. I think the lawlessness up there is going to get the better of them, and I think that Canada's just going to deem them a public health threat to their country, and they're going to invade most of the Pacific Northwest, and of course England will side with their firstborn Canada, and France will as well. So you'll have basically the entire Atlantic coming after us, and lo and behold, China's on our team this side. They've had enough of those Europeans, and we're going to split. Yeah. We figure we draw a firm line right on their side of Hawaii. They get everything to the left. We get everything on the right. They attack from the west. We attack from the east. We clean them all out.
I mean, if we can solidify an alliance,
of all the things that have never happened, this is not happening the most.
But if we get China on our side,
war games this, Woody.
We could fuck up the whole rest of the world with China on our team.
Like, realistically, what happens? I think that if Vladimir Putin actually turned into a quote unquote madman and wanted to, he's like, you know what? I'm going to be in the history books one way or another. And like,
he already is.
Struck Poland or something, like, kicked off a real NATO type response, Article 5 type. Okay, we have to launch how many missiles at how many cities type thing. Then like dominoes start falling all over the world, and Iran would quickly be like, all right, who are our enemies? Israel, this place, that place. I feel like it could kick off real quick if any of the main, I'll call it modern axis of evil players, like, gets going full speed. And there's just too many conflicts right now. There's so many opportunities for it, whether it's the South China Sea with China itself, or it's Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine. That's just seems so messy, like it could do lots of harm to all sorts of neighboring countries. And there's missiles flying around. It's a miracle that, like, I don't know, one hasn't flown into Poland or Lithuania or some shit and killed 10,000 people or something crazy. Like, then there's the Middle East, obviously, which is just, that's the craziest shit I've ever seen. Is like
that
the
whole
awfulness
area.
I've seen
We got to get out of there. There's nothing.
We've got to get out. We've got to get in, Taylor.
There's never good news happening in the Middle East.
We're in there
Always
right
bad
now.
news.
I would bet serious money that like American Special Forces are like already there, probably on the ground. As soon as they get any idea of where a hostage is, I bet there's Americans peeking around in the dark. Yeah,
I heard Biden talking, and by the way, I didn't like what he said, but he's like, "You guys are all asking me, how are we going to get these hostages out? What are we doing?" He's like, "If I tell you what we're doing, then we can't do it." And I'm like, what, is SEAL Team 6 there? Like, you're giving me a lot of really good hints here. You know, I get it. You're taking it on the chin right now.
Yeah, they are.
People think that you're not getting Americans out. Shut the fuck up. That will all stop when you get them out. I'm sure SEAL Team 6 is like, you just made this 10 times harder. You basically told them we're on our way.
How many Americans are there?
14, I think, are hostages. Well, that's the number I heard. What do I know? But
yeah, it fluctuates,
14.
but it's over a dozen alive Americans probably taken hostage, but it could be more. The numbers are sketchy, right? But yeah, they're definitely going to have to go in there and get them. They sent like there's like a Navy's strike group right off the coast out there with an aircraft carrier, and when they send an aircraft carrier, they send a bunch of missile boats and stuff. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's there, but it's like on the way. It's been long enough now that I think it's there. I think if it seems like if we start sailing somewhere, we're always like 3 or 4 days from your back porch with one of our really big $5 billion boats.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, well, Kyle, it takes about 2 weeks to cross. But then it's like, what do you think they started in like Fort Lauderdale?
Virginia. Sail from Virginia, boys. Norfolk, wake up. We must go. Nah, it was like, yeah.
We got to stop keeping our entire global fleet in Corpus Christi. It's a bad move.
Yeah, we've got like people everywhere on the planet. It's real fun to see the map of our bases and the locations of our, potential locations of our nuclear submarines and all the strike groups and aircraft carriers and the power that we just have globally. I really enjoy it. I can't wait till we start cleaning them out. Taylor, you want to get out of the Middle East? I want in there balls deep. Not me personally, but look, I don't want to go play in the national championship game, okay? But I'm gonna be rooting the fuck out of Georgia when they get there. I don't want to take any hits, okay?
It's interesting. Do you ever run the math on like, are you safe from the draft? I feel like I've done it my whole life. Like,
I'm so safe.
First
with felony.
Smart move.
Drug user? I can't pass a test. This shit shows up on drug tests.
So, all right, that's a good point. What was I going to say? So when you're 18, of course, you're in the hot seat, right? You're the first person they want to draft.
Yeah.
But maybe when you're 16, it's even hotter because it'll take a year or two to kick off the draft, right? If the war starts today, they use the volunteer forces for a while before they start drafting. Maybe. This is just my math. If you're like 28, then it's like, all right, I'm going to draft until you're 30. It's not bad. You're certainly not frontline. You're not their first choice. By the time they get to 30-year-olds, you might be 31, 32. At 37, I feel like, you're going to be pushing 40 by the time they start drafting people.
Is there a cutoff, like a hard age where they're no longer, or no?
The volunteer cutoff, I think, is 35.
Well, you're describing a global war where laws are going to get passed, where they're just going to say, what do they do in Ukraine? Any man under 55, right? Like, let's go.
I take your point.
You identify as what now, soldier? Get in line.
Yeah.
Pick up a gun.
You identify as private first class, asshole. Get that AK.
Zach wrote something interesting. I'm an only son.
You drive a truck?
And my son's not above 18. So I guess he feels like his family status. Did that weigh into it in Vietnam?
Yeah, that is a thing. An only son played into it in Vietnam. I remember.
Or you could say that was a thing. Who knows what the rules are next time around?
I'd enroll in college just to make sure.
Oh, they'll change rules around. If they need people, they'll change all the rules and be like, hey, we're taking up to 44 now.
I think the college thing is definitely not going to happen because it was really a class like division. It made Vietnam fought by people who didn't go to college, and it almost seemed like privilege is a better way to say it.
Yeah.
So
wait till next time.
It'll always be that way.
No more student loans. We learned from last time. You got to have cash if you want to go to college and get your attention. Oh, that'd be fun.
That's interesting. Taylor says they'll always be privilege. And I'm like, oh, they'll never do that again. They figured it out. Maybe they'll do privilege in a different way.
The rich people's kids, like a senator's son, isn't going to be on the front lines.
We're not.
That might be a good way to like reduce likelihood of like going to wars. Is like any federal politician who like votes us into a war has to have a blood relative fighting. I
don't know why we would have a draft anyway, because it seems like most of our military jobs, other than man with rifle who charges forward, requires like years of training. Like if you're going to operate a piece of real machinery that ain't a truck or a gun, it's like years to make you that guy. It seems like, especially if you're a pilot or
man with a
rifle
is that guy too.
You can get man with rifle good and ready to go in like 3 months. Like he's good to go on out there and get some work done. Like for sure.
Maybe 3 months if he's already in shape. Yeah. But I thought there are other jobs that like I could do right now. Woody, 40 miles behind the front line. We need someone who drives trucks back and forth. We take you from the triage to the real hospital. Drive that ambulance. I'm like, oh shit, actually I could do that.
Actually, Nightwing, we've been reading your file. This right here is the X3000 paramotor. It has a top speed, if you're not going to believe this, 37 miles per hour. We're going to be sending you deep behind enemy lines, Nightwing. I know you're chomping a bit, but please let me finish.
One time, my
look
buddy,
at him. He's taken off already. He loves the fight.
I had a friend. He's sort of a different. Well, he's still my friend, but he's married and not the same situation. But he would call me up and be like, "Woody, winds aloft are like 60 miles an hour right now at 4,000 feet. You want to go to Virginia?" And unless it was Tuesday or Thursday, I'd be like, "Yeah." And I had a ride once. I don't know how far. I think we went 120 miles in like 2 hours. Yeah. And
Gaza Strip zone. It's like what, the size of New Jersey?
Yeah, it's like a 55 mile an hour tailwind at 5,000 feet. So we just went.
Not a lot of space.
I wonder, Zach, help me with this information. What does it take to join the IDF? Like if you're a foreign national and you want in, do you just need a passport and a drive, or do I need like a percentage of Jewish heritage, blood, so to speak, Jew blood? To put it plainly, do I need, how much Jew blood do I need to like be able to join up with the IDF?
They're like, Mr. Myers, we can't let you in. You can't show up with the blood in vials.
My friend Harley hooked me up.
Yeah, he gave me a big bag of Jew blood.
Harley's so woozy.
He's so tired. He's so sleepy
for the homeland. Because I know if Harley were to like get on a plane and land in Tel Aviv, they'd be like, "All right, soldier, extra large helmet, huh?" Like they just throw him right in there because they're mustering right now hundreds of thousands of foot troops.
I think everybody knows military service in Israel is mandatory, which means that all these like 25-year-olds are veterans and kind of ready to get right back in the game.
I'm hearing what I'm hearing is that like the last like the current class, if you will, or maybe for the current generation of IDF was complacent and ill-trained, and maybe they didn't have their eye on the ball or weren't motivated because I guess nothing horrible has happened for a while. But I've been watching a bunch of CNN. What's going to be crazy?
They're all better than us, though. Like they are ex-military and knows how to. I lumped you in there. You can operate a rifle better.
I don't know. I don't know anything about being in the military though. I don't know. Like you'd say some military shit. And you'd be like this,
fake
and
it
I'd
till you
be
make
like, I'd be like, "Well, you want to go? You want to go?" He's like, "Oh, you're gonna kill me, huh? Oh, let's fucking go. Let's take this shit off."
Yeah,
it's only American. I came here to fight with you, brother. Oh, we're gonna have some pow. He's trying to tell me like down and be quiet and cut it out and shit. And I don't know his army man hand signals because I'm a fucking guy that shot watermelons on YouTube. So, but what I would say is that if they have 300,000 or 400,000 man army that they're mustering, that would seemingly be because they're gonna maybe form a perimeter, make sure we're secure, get the borders guarded, but then invade. then invade an area that's the size of New Jersey and is half the population's 18 or below, right? One of the most densely populated areas on the planet. They've been dropping whole neighborhoods for a week now. I mean, just, man, that is some shoddy construction work. It's almost like they made it out of mud brick because no one lets them have building supplies, but who knows?
Yeah.
But that they've been dropping whole blocks of neighborhoods, but I think they're going to invade. I think they're going to go in with like boots on the ground, door to door, like we did in Fallujah.
When Russia was threatening to invade Kiev, I saw this Ukrainian soldier being like, "Come, I dare you." There'll be a rifle pointed out of every window. Every civilian is an information source on your location. It is not safe here. Bring it. And I don't know. I was just like, holy shit. And by the way, that all sounds true. I mean, not every window, but there will be snipers. There will be all Russians are just going to get picked off in Kiev, and they'll go guerrilla warfare on it. So, Kiev. Anyway, so they're going into Gaza, and my knee-jerk reaction, my first thought was like, dude, Israel's just way OP in this, right? They're going to smash these guys, and they have combined arms and the whole nine. But then it's like, it's hard to beat a motivated bunch of guerrilla warfare guys.
It is, but if they're like doing like huge carpet bombing raids and like, I don't think Gaza even controls their own water supply.
Oh, let me speak on that because
if you control, if I want to invade your house and I control your food and your water, there could not be an easier invasion. Like, so I just wait till you're destroyed.
Kyle needs.
So in general, the citizens of Gaza have like an amount of water each that they have every day. It's below, like, there's some health organizations like a human being needs exact amount of like 4 liters of water a day for X, Y, and Z. They get like 2 or something. Funny math, but you get my point. And so they have these big black rain barrels on the roof of every building. If you look, you'll see them. Big barrels. They're full of water because they're storing up water because they don't have enough on tap daily. Of course, the other people do. In any case, they to be fair though, they didn't build any water infrastructure for themselves, and you know the Israelis have all the water. Luck of the draw, but the Israelis have all the water. And look, they're not selling the water. Okay, they're giving it away. So
are
I
you
would
sure
say
they're Jewish?
No,
now?
I'm not sure. I'm making that up. I'm not sure. They're not selling the water when they got all the water. That'd be awful. And the Israelis are good. You remember that? There's a speech at the end of Julius Caesar where I think it's Mark Antony. He's up there and he keeps saying an awful thing that Brutus and Gaius has done. You know, and look how they rent noble Caesar's body here. Look at the wound there where Cassius's blade stabbed, and where Brutus's like wound fell. And he's like showing, but these are noble men. Who can deny that these are noblemen? He keeps going back to that. That's his fucking chorus for the fucking song of deception he's singing. It's beautiful. It's one of my favorite things. I don't know Shakespeare, but I know that speech. I love it. I relish it I play it all the time.
Is it in Rome, the TV show?
So they don't do the speech itself, but what you get, and I actually like this, is they have common folk in a bar describing having heard the speech. They're like, fucking Brutus go up there. And he's all blah, 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 economy, numbers, money, this and that. And Mark Antony got up there. Everybody likes Mark, you know. He's at first, he was saying how what they'd done was good. And then I started thinking maybe it wasn't. And it's like, it's his slow-witted like brain. Like he's explaining how he was duped by the slickest guy in Rome because Shakespeare's writing him. To just completely win the crowd over and turn a crowd that was there to be like, yeah, down with the dictatorship, to one that was like, get those motherfuckers that fucked up Caesar. At the very end, the crowd is incensed. They're roiling. They're ready to get somebody and burn a fucking house and get their wives too. And he's like, wait, noble friends, you have forgotten the will of Caesar that you would bid me read. Give me a moment. Let me read what Caesar has left unto you to each and every man 100 dinar. And everybody's, Caesar's so generous. And he has left unto every Roman man to walk in his orchards and his parks and his gardens of leisure. For all time they are given to the Roman people. Oh, mighty Caesar. Oh, and then it's just, he's got them boiling by the end of it. I love that fucking
That's
scene.
cool.
Charlton Heston's like one of the best
On
actors ever.
I think where Kyle was headed, I think Israel turned off the water, food, and
Turned off the
electricity
water and the food and
a
the
couple days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't
Yeah.
last long with no water, food,
You last-
electricity.
Without water, 3 days. Right? So
Yeah.
I know Kyle's
Well, they're
of
not
those
out of
stored
water.
water.
They're just out of water pressure. What's interesting is you can see as
Okay.
they run out of fuel for their generators, because
Hmm.
at first it was like, yeah, it's Gaza, that dimly lit place over there. And it's like, that's Gaza, that place. Yeah, you see a window there, and that's where the hospital is. You can tell because they have generators. And now it's like, yeah, it's that dark, murky land in the distance. And I'm just imagining, like, now that they've got the whole city or the whole place, I don't know what to call it,
Region.
fucking blacked out. Now they can send in those fucking scary ass tier 1 ghost warriors that see fucking your body heat and shoot suppressed machine gun bullets in the night with robo dogs and shit.
But-
I wish that I could watch a movie about what's happening right now with special forces in
I feel
Gaza.
like we just glossed over it. They shut off their food, water, and electricity. The hospitals, they're dark now. All those babies on intubators, they just died. They're done. Everyone who needed electricity to survive in that hospital is dead now.
Yeah.
It's unfathomable to me that, like, what, a hospital with no power? No. They have like backups, and then the backups have backups. They're out of power. All those people are going to die. And oh, by the way, I imagine the hospitals are quite busy right now. You know,
Yeah. The ones that are standing.
so, and no water. Like, no water. Now, Kyle said no water pressure. I don't know how to differentiate. Like,
I was just kind of joking about
okay.
their horrible situation. More of her saying that they've got like those tanks of water, so like they've got
for
some
now,
water.
they're probably rationing.
Oh
and
yeah, I mean they're going to
skipping-
run out of water to drink and food to eat, and
Like this
they won't
weekend.
have any. Some people are out of water this second and have been out of water for a couple days, I'm sure. And then there's some
They're
guy
going
who's
to start
going to
fighting each other, perhaps.
I'm sure there'll be people who like never run out of water. They're like, yeah, I have so much. But
Now,
the
that
main
guy
thing-
might get shot by his friend.
I saw him using phosphorus last night.
Israel did.
Yeah, lots of.
Isn't that against the war rules? Or
Whose
no?
rules are you speaking of?
Yeah,
exactly.
Even America sent cluster bombs to Ukraine. Like, and I was for that, by the way. But those rules apparently seem pretty.
We didn't agree to that. Like, so the cluster bomb thing, there's like 3 countries that didn't sign on, and it's like us, Russia, and Korea or something. Oh, that's the mine one. But there's a bunch of them that are like that. They're like, yeah, no, we're not going to take our force multiplying thing that we developed that cost that over the last few decades that kills the shit out of you. We're going to keep using it. We're going to keep using it. Phosphorus. You'll see if you watch the footage, you'll see little bits of white burning stuff falling down seemingly slowly.
Like
but if it touches you,
like the 4th of July.
Yeah, if it touches you, it just burns you horrifically, and it starts lots of fires too. I'm surprised lots of Gaza isn't burning already if they're using that. I saw them use it out there. You've probably seen that, like,
can I say
that
something?
place where the boats are, the lagoony area. I saw them hit that with that stuff.
I just linked together. Maybe you guys are. I bet everyone listening to this is faster than me, but I'm like, oh, actually, white phosphorus burning down on the buildings is a rough combo with no water. Like, those two things work together.
Oh no,
Yes.
water makes white phosphorus worse. Actually,
I
sand is going to help them here.
So I agree with what you're
Once
saying.
we have what we need.
But we have the rest of the building to concern ourselves with too, and the building, burning the building next to it. And water's, I think, part of
Their
solution.
primary building material seems to be mud brick.
It does.
I don't think that they control their own like construction
Building
material.
supplies?
Like everything has to go through
Yeah.
Israel, right?
Oh.
Is
I
that
would
right?
imagine so.
I think so.
Yes.
I think so. Everything else does. The people do.
Yeah,
I would
water.
imagine
If
that
water
any
does,
alien-
I would imagine.
It's an
yeah.
open air prison. That's what Gaza is. So let's just apply those rules. I think they use mackerel as money.
They might be using Max. because they clearly don't have access to anything that
They can't have cigarettes anymore.
Israel doesn't allow them to have.
Well, you know what Woody says. Fuck around and find out.
I'm really struggling with that and my own hypocrisy, right? Because I'm like all about this Ukraine. I'm thinking, obviously we should go in there and help. And then it happens in Israel, and I'm like, neither side has a halo in this. And like, I don't know if I'm
Jews
right
believe
to
in
say
angels?
that.
I'm pretty sure that's anti-Semitic language you just used.
That's wildly anti-Semitic.
In my defense, it comes purely out of ignorance.
Yeah, I don't know. It just, the whole thing's awful.
It is.
I don't blame anyone for I don't blame the Israelis for what they're doing, because it's like you got to be so mad and just want blood. Like if that happened here, look. Now I will say this: my hands are a little bit cleaner than the Israelis are, I would imagine. But if that happened here, you could imagine the hatred. I know Woody remembers like the motivation around 9/11. Like you were mad at whoever did this. Like we got to get that Osama bin Laden guy for sure. We should torture that guy. It's like we should get him. I don't care about the rules. Get him.
About fighting Osama bin Laden if that scenario would ever happen. I used to consider.
All right, Osama.
Yeah, right. We send it upon you, Woody. Rip and tear until it is done.
I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah, but he's 6'6". He's long and lanky.
I don't know.
He comes at you like warfare. Lincoln, right? He's got like some long
he would
jab.
come at you like Lincoln. He was like 6'5", wasn't he?
Yeah, like tall and lanky.
I honestly
he's wearing those robes, so he's hard to get a beat on where to hit him.
32-year-old Woody kicks his ass. He does. I'm gonna fuck him up. I swear to God.
Yeah. Well, now he's living safely in Argentina.
But yeah, what I'm saying is like, man, that just made you bloodthirsty, and I get that's part of being a human is being a bloodthirsty. Oh yeah, motherfucker. Well, let me show you what we can do. You don't even know what we're going to do when we find you after what you did to us. That's like in our blood. Like you can feel it when you in a movie, when you watch an internet video and some poor old man is just trying to go through his day and some piece of shit's beating him, and then fucking karate master comes out of nowhere to kick that guy in the side of the head. You don't care that he fell poorly and his head hit the sidewalk. You're like, yeah, that's what fucking happens. You get brain damage for picking on old men. You get that's part of us. It's like smash his skull. Like we're all ready to do that.
It's one of my core principles. You're allowed to win. You are allowed to be bigger and stronger than your opponent. That's within the rules. I every once in a while in hockey, I see some guy get called
Taylor
for
knows
a legal check because he's big. Yeah, right. I get some guy called for a check in hockey, and I'm like, no. He's allowed to hit him. He's just big and strong. Don't call a penalty for that.
Yeah.
Back to Israel. They attacked Israel, right? I think the math proportionally works out to be like 7 9/11 simultaneously on one day. Imagine if that happened to us. And
9,473.
like the amount of people they have dead compared to their population, etc. So anyway, now Israel's hitting them back, and I'm like, yeah, you fuck around, find out that's okay. Israel can. You did enough that Israel's justified a disproportionate response, in my opinion. But it makes it trickier for me when I consider that, like, they've turned
a lot of them
Gaza
are kids, and they are in an open air prison, and
they're in an open air prison.
Their
grievances were really legit. They just handled it in the wrong way. I wish instead of devoting that money to like 5,000 simultaneous missiles and paramotors and whatever, they just got attorneys. I bet it'd be more effective. Attorneys
against Israel?
If you think the Iron Dome is good, when you see our Lord.
Do you know how badly Israel would bamboozle the fuck out of Palestinian attorneys?
You thought we were tough on the battlefield. Welcome to court.
They'd have like jokes. They'd be like, who is Jewish? All of us say.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is this your first
influencers. Palestine, they just
Judge Yarmulke, how do you find?
Judge Yarmulke, how do you find? I don't think they're going to win any legal battles with Israel. I imagine Israel has a crack team of attorneys.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I mean, look. All I know is when I watch, I'm like, it does get to that point after a while. It's like, you got him.
Right?
You got them. They're crawling away. They're like, yes, we know. Now it will be easy to hit them. It's like, Well, hang on, you hit him. Now he can't crawl anymore. Oh, this is my favorite.
They're just warming up. They're only warming up. Like they may have accomplished disproportional response already.
I think they already got him.
100%.
I'm gonna be honest. They already got him, and everything that happens like now, it just really seems like it's like when that dad gets the pedophile, right?
Mm-hmm.
He goes all the way. So they're going all the way, and I don't think anybody can stop them, and I don't think anybody is. I hope they don't strike Iran too much. I know they blew up some
or at all.
Oh, interesting.
I know they blew up some landing strips in in Syria, maybe in Damascus, and then somewhere else because drones were being launched out of Lebanon and Syria at them from the north and I guess northeast. Geography is definitely not my strong suit, but yeah, if they go in there like Fallujah style, it's gonna really kick off because then what you get is an insurgency because people from around the world are like, oh my God, are you telling me that Israel's going in on foot in Gaza? Man, that's what I do. He like shows you his medals. He's like Syria 2017 champion or whatever. Like that's how you get an insurgency is when you're like, hey, we're the people you hate. We're on the ground. Don't come in here though. We wouldn't like that. We're dealing with your friends and relatives and countrymen and religion and the people who worship the same God as you. We're going to kill them. Don't sneak in here through tunnels through Egypt and Lebanon and Syria. But that's exactly what will happen. They need to get in there and get out. If they get in some protracted thing that's months and months like Ukraine is doing, it's going to be nasty.
Is it possible to end Gaza? Just
take it. Like they want to
kill them all.
Like they absolutely.
I don't know what you do. Kill them all. Give them an opportunity to run.
How many of them are there?
There's a couple million.
1 and 2 million is. I've heard 1 million and 2 million. So that's a big difference. I get it, but there you go.
It's a lot of people. A lot of.
Do you just
kids
kill 100,000 of them and then give the other 900,000 an opportunity to leave and not come back?
Why don't they give them an opportunity now?
Oh, I thought
who can swim?
You got to kill. You got to kill. 10%.
Head that way. America. Look, America's that way.
That's a long swim. Yeah,
you're goddamn right,
Taylor. Maybe it's a good idea to get. Actually, I think they're letting them out now, or are they just warning them? I forget.
They ain't letting nobody out.
I don't think they're letting anybody out, but I don't know.
But
I do know that they're warning them before they bomb their building. I think we talked about this on PKA, and they either call or they send. So they yell. They said they're going to kill the hostages. No, I should have finished my sentence. They send a shell or a rocket with no explosion. So now all you have is the equivalent of like a tree hitting your house, but you've been warned. The next one's going to go boom.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
That's how you. Well, it is going on. You can tell because you get this footage where the Palestinians or Hamas or whomever is in the area will film the destruction of the building because they're going to hit this building in 30 minutes. Get the camera set up. So they'll have a GoPro in the street on a tripod. And the video will say that description is that in case you're wondering how we have why the camera is set up, because everybody's a conspiracy theorist. It's because the Israelis let them know that this is where they're going to drop their bomb. So we set up our camera here to film them drop the bomb. So but they're not always giving them those warnings. Like I guarantee they dropped. Zach, I wish you'd find the number for exactly how many bombs they've dropped so far. It's thousands of bombs, thousands of buildings. It's got to be so many people. It's got to be tens. It's got to be 10,000 people they've killed at least, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if they. It's
very densely packed.
Will they stop at 50, 100? Like I don't know what they're going to do. They're going hard over there, and
Zach
seemingly no one in that country
6,000. What
6,000 bombs?
Oh, he didn't say 6,000 what? Yeah, I took it as deaths, but
it's just that every night when I check CNN, they're like, they say that they did like 300 strike missions or they launched, and it's just these huge numbers. And then when I watch the impacts, like I said, they're dropping big buildings and 14-story apartment buildings seemingly, and blowing up mosques, and they are going about as hard as they've ever gone. But if they go in there and land, that'll be a shit show. That'll be something I don't know that we've seen. I mean, Fallujah
they don't
was
really
that.
Need to. Like they have such control over the situation.
They want to go in there and get their people, and they want to go in there and like get their hands dirty too. Frankly, I think they want to go in there and like get them.
Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm close on that. Maybe not perfect. Is kind of hardcore about fighting. That's his thing. and he's being sued. He was like about to go to prison or something. Like he was doing poorly. He's not popular, etc. And now they're rallying around the flag, and they're glad they have a hawk in there. So
yeah, it's a right-wing government. I know that, a particularly right-wing government. And then I saw a picture of him, I think from the 70s, maybe 71 or something, of him in his military fatigues holding a gun, like a fit, good-looking guy. Yeah, they're in their 9/11 post 9/11 American flag on every car mode, and they didn't really have a good George Bush at the rubble moment. They missed that part of the saga, but I feel like they're going to follow through with an Afghanistan imminently.
They might.
Well, we'll see. Anyway, time to wrap.
Yes, sir.
I suppose so. Let's hope the world doesn't fall apart before next week. Is next week the Halloween episode, or is it the one after that? It's
the one
12th,
after.
So then the 19th. So the one. Okay, one after that. Okay.
All right. Very good. PKA 669.